to the baseline. Hello. Welcome. Here we are. We have Season 3 qualification number 3. Waiting for the tournament to start. Let's take a look who has checked in. What are the brackets going to look like? We have got... yeah, everything's loaded correctly. Cool. Proximo, Arseny, Rel, Mick J, Francia, Firebot, Siberiz, Drebin, Ant1, Anti, Hong Konga, Zademon, BLR, Kirilsham, Baxi, 400 kilogram Slon, Gecko, Mr. Philadelphia, and Alexei. Alexei K. If I've butchered anyone's name and you notice, please let me know. I am terrible at pronouncing things and reading. Should be getting into this pretty quickly. 12 o'clock. We are ready to go. But we'll see how and where it comes from. Come on, press the button. I want to get into this. Aha! There it is, it just updated. Right. What are we looking for here? Parent start can go below. So Firebot's got to buy Baxi versus BLR. Krishem versus Alexi K. I'm going to go for this lower one that feeds into the Proximo line. I think I'm going to go for that one. Oh wait, there's loads more, because some people have got to buy in. So we could have Gecko versus Drabin. I think we'll go for that maybe. Gecko versus Drabin. Drabin has played Xenotic before, I believe. I recognise the name at least. So we shall see, we shall see. Which game is going to get going first? I'm definitely not half watching the Tour de France while waiting for the games to start. Who's going to get on a map first as well? Yeah, let's go with this Gecko versus Drabin game. Gecko's a good player. And we shall see where they go. What server they end up on. And we'll get on that server. We shall watch a game. We are going to be on Sinister Furious Heights and Decider on Cure. Just waiting to get a server. Few people getting on some good servers. Picks and bans going well for most people. And I think this is going to be a good tournament by the looks of things. I'm not sure which way it's going to go. The brackets look pretty good. Looking down the bracket. I think Z-Demon versus Proxima is going to be an incredible game, and that's only in round 3. Well, assuming Z-Demon gets past Hong Konga, which I would expect, but I wouldn't be 100% sure if it did happen. The upper half of the bracket, the one that we're in with Drebin and Gecko's game, a lot of names I don't recognise from the previous weeks. The bottom half is all names I recognise pretty much. Hong Konger I don't recognise, but Arsenianti, that's going to be a good game. Francia Serbits, that's going to be a decent game. Let's get a connect. We have got an IP. We are going for game number 1. Yeah, no, slow connection, but we'll get in there. Yeah, that's that IP is wrong. Never good. Never good. Take a look. Hopefully everything's sounding good. We'll get the music off when I get into the game. Nice. Looks good. Check the audio volume a little bit more. When the match actually starts, the music will go off. I need to move the... Actually, I don't need the music thing on this page, because it'll be getting paused when we're playing, so that's fine. And the Tour de France is underway. Let's get the map scores up. It's 0-0. Yes, Sinister first. Then we'll be heading over to Furious Heights and then Cure. Very vertical maps, all three of those.
To the rails, impressive.
Both players getting warmed up a little bit before going. It's a tricky decision. How much do you play before a tournament like this? You could be going for a very long time, but at the same time you don't want to come in dry and lose your first game, because you're never sure who you're going to be playing against in some of these. Unless you are fairly confident that you are number one. You can't always be confident. I've noticed a lot more shift LGs, a lot more zoomed in lightning gun players recently.
Impressive.
Possible toggle zoom as well here from Gecko.
Prepare to fight.
Here we go then. The first game.
3, 2, 1.
Gecko versus Drebin. We're going to start off with Gecko. Drop down, get a little bit of stack. Play this slowly. You're on the back foot, your opponent's probably got a better stack than you. And at the minute, a rail and a lightning gun isn't the best weapons to start taking fights. But to grab an extra little yellow, red coming up shortly, taken by Drebin. And they're going to play the long range game. Neither player wants to push in too hard. Mega taken cleanly there by Gecko. No risk. I definitely think both of these are going to start this off as slow as they can. Losing the first frag on this map can be very, very damaging. Great rocket there. Directs Drebin low. Great prediction there from Gecko. Takes the first frag. Not in a position to completely deny the comeback and capitalise on it, but very much in a position to take a lot of stack. Drebin's going to push in, grabs the red, that's important. Hits a third rail in a row, Gecko puts Drebin down very low, and a beautiful for 4 rails in a row to find the second frag there. And now Gecko's just going to go back to playing it gently. One of the yellows is up. Gets taken by Drebin. The other yellow should be swept up, but Drebin going to go in for the mega. Gets taken down by 2 nice rockets straight at the feet. And now I can imagine Drebin will know that there's not much up. Has picked up one of the yellows, but there's a bit of time before the next red and mega. So we'll just see. Drebin, I should expect to take a few items. He's tunneling around trying to pick up all the weapons that they can, but going to be found in the rocket room. Both players are railable. Neither one can quite make it. Drebin taking the red. Has managed to pick up all the reds in this game, I think. But Gecko has capitalised on the scoreboard with the stack that he's had. Good prediction here from Drebin. Always looking the right side of the barriers that Gecko seems to be coming out from, but drops off the back and gets railed. First red going to Gecko. Just double check. Wait, when did they get 3 reds? Never mind. There's been more reds than there should have been. Getting absolutely perfectly timed there. Ignore that I just missed every red taken by Gecko. Oh, of course, he got the first red literally right there. Red already back up, and Drebin's going to take this one. Why don't we have auto switch on? I'm not sure. I should fix that. Good rail there from Gecko. Finds the second. Drebin very low. Can't afford to push in, but finds one rail, finds the second. Gecko hasn't managed to hit one yet, but Drebin's too low to push. Tries to find the escape through the teleporter. Can't quite land anything. Gecko's going to take the red. Gets quite a good position here. Drebin just staring up. Goes through the teleporter, but gets a little bit confused by the teleporter there. Let's quickly drop into the settings. Spectating, follow killer on. All item timers, spec FOV off. Cool. 110 FOE. Good frag there from Gecko. Forfeited game. 6-1. And Sinister we go. Oh wait, no. It's just not there. We go to Furious Heights. I just saw the votes.
Vote now. Vote passed.
So when that comes back up and I figure out who's who... Let's turn Spec FOV on. We are straight into it for the next game.
3, 2,
We'll start off on Drebin. This is Gecko's map pick here. Which side Gecko? That one. There we go, 1-0. Drebin, Mega and a yellow, and a few shards. Won't be too displeased with this start. But Gecko fairly stacked with a red and a yellow. Nice rockets coming out from both. Gecko gets the red, going very, very low. Drebin probably does not know quite how close Gecko is to going down there. Could definitely do with this first frag Drebin though. But doesn't want to push in. The game's long. There's no need to push in. We know from last time, Gecko will be playing it very safe, playing it back. Nice rockets, both players, about 50 health. Red for Drebin. Bumping that wall possibly saved him. Very nice there from Drebin. Gets the LG absolutely straight away. In there, ready with the correct weapon. No rockets. We'll need to find some. But the Mega's more important right now. Now you've got your rockets. You can be comfortable in this position until the next major items are up. There's no need to panic. Red's up in a few seconds. There's a yellow soon. Both yellows will be up. Red's there. Gecko fully stacked on armor, but Drebin's got the control of this mega room. So definitely will be happy here. Nice shots from both players. LG comes out. Good. Good from both players. Gecko a little bit more powerful with that LG. And Drebin looking pretty low now. Needs to get this red. But I think Gecko might have the room under control. Is going to use it as a bait and finds the second rail to take the frag. Even things up. 2.5 minutes in. Oh, wrong weapon switch there. Got no LG left. Drebin gets away because of that. Very nice movement there from Gecko. Good bit of spam coming out from Drebin. Keeps Gecko off the point. But gets the frag right as the red spawns. Now Gecko very stacked up. Will we see a more aggressive push from Gecko to try and capitalise on this? By the looks of things, just going to wait for Drebin to turn up. There's no need to do too much. Nice rail. Drebin's getting away. Not in a great position. Dropping down, trying to find that 25. And the frag taken from it. Gecko will have heard that. The yellow's been taken. Nice rockets. Both of them land. Decent bit of damage being dealt from Drebin here. Not letting everything get away for free. Gecko's just able to survive, extra health, and then push in and punish. But very little going for free here. None of the major items. The red goes to Drebin. Very nicely taken. Only takes a little bit of damage. Good amount of damage there from that rocket. If Drebin can find the Mega, I'd put the next fight at pretty even. Just slightly too early, has it the wrong side, but Drebin does get the Mega. This fight could go down to it. 2 rockets from Gecko, though, is going to put Drebin in a bad position, but finds his own. And the LG going to take him down. Gecko reasonably well stacked, pushes back to take that. Dodgy connection there, but I think it's on my end. So we're all good. Drebin now just the wrong side of timing. Eats the rocket and forfeits that game. Let's head over to see Z-Demon playing. They are on the German server. I am not sure what the map score is on this one. Two minutes in, Demon is 8 frags up. Looking pretty convincing here. So far, what was the order? Furious Heights is first, so this is the first game. We're getting into this one a little bit late. Ooh, unlucky there from XXXL. Hong Konger. Mega for Demon. Takes a rail for it, so not completely free. Should be some damage dealt here. Neither of the grenades land though. And XXXL, he's going to land some very good rockets. I was about to say he's going to go down here, but he's pushed Demon back, forced him off the back of the edge. Very nicely played. Demon's going to head around, retake a few items, stack up and get onto the red. But it's going to be a fast push to Mega. I expect XXXL will already be there. Is, but just not quite onto the Mega at the right time. And Demon's going to take it, and the 10th. Great rocket there from Demon. Good prediction, drop down, finds the second. Very, very nicely done. And a lovely rail coming out. We might swap game here. Let's go over. Are you playing anything? Mr. Philadelphia, how long ago did you start? No, you're going to be coming to the end of your game. Unless it's a 3-0. Right, let's try this one. Hopefully either of you two have got a name, because I can't tell what server they decided on. No, I cannot see that game on the server list, so they must be finished. Gecko Drebin, that game's finished. Arsony has won. Can't seem to search very well. that game either.
Impressive.
Let's stick with this one. We are only on the first of the 2 maps though, which is a bit of a shame. Demon taking some pretty heavy numbers on this map. But it's okay. It's fun sometimes to be beaten. If you're going to get beaten anyway, get beaten by someone good.
The humiliation.
Unlucky there. Hopefully XXXL can pick up 1 frag. Nearly got it just there. But Demon stacking back up now. A rocket had put in a good position. Oh, nearly. Finding some good damage off of the splash rockets, but the stack's just too much to overcome. And certainly doing better than a lot of players in this position. Still playing a proper game. Picking up all the items possible. Fighting over them, forcing Demon to actually try for the items. Even if the frags just keep coming. Furious Heights.
1 minute warning.
That's your number 2 map. Oh, just beautiful predicting with those rockets from Demon. King Kanga going all the way. Few seconds left now. 32 frag difference with 1 suicide, but it is all okay. Demon takes the win. None of those maps are the maps that we want. Hopefully we could come back around. I'm trying to find another game, but I can't find any. The search, just don't seem to be able to get the search.
Vote passed.
To pick up. That game's over. We'll end up with that. We'll end up with Proximo in this game. That one's on. Rel versus MxCrab.
Prepare to fight.
That one's still going on.
And have fun. Good luck and have fun.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Might be worth it. Let's head over to this server and take a look what's going on. I'm not sure what game this one will be, but I'll find it if it's happening. Cerberus versus Francia, which is this one. And Hectic is game number 2. Interesting. Who won the first one? Sib. Map scores, set that to there. This one's looking like a pretty good game then. Tying it up. Hectic, and this is a much faster game. This is why we watch Quake. We don't watch it for the slow motion games. We watch it for speed and aggression and high frag counts. Not quite as high as the last one, but you know. Good rail there. Can't find the second one to find the frag. Takes the lead though. Red coming up. A little bit long time here. Isn't able to grab it, and Francia's going to pick it up. But the Mega will go to Cerberus. Francia, without enough health to really take this fight, goes down. Cerberus makes the lead 2.
Impressive.
Oh, a very nice rail. Well returned from Francia. And finds the frag with it as well. Wants to find this second frag. It's a game of frag and convert, very much so, with Hectic. You've got to find the second frag, and Francia's going to go down, dying to the fall damage. Does get a direct hit with the rocket launcher. Definitely going to help, and finds the second direct hit to make the frag. Needs to push in. Finds a tie. 3.5 minutes. Nicely played with the rail. Knows where his opponent is very well. Needs to get the frag before the Mega. Cerberus dancing around. Frag goes down. But Francia's not got much health. Cerberus has picked up the yellow. The red not going to help you with not enough health, but Cerberus is fairly low. A similar position Francia was just before, but not quite railable here. Needs to grab that rocket launcher from just behind him. Francia's got a chance here. A bit of an awkward position being forced into that teleporter to live. But it's a better chance being there than it is trying to fight it out elsewhere. All tied up as we approach the halfway mark. A nice rail there, but returned. The LG comes out, and it's just a forceful LG. Knowing your opponent can't be that well stacked up, it's impossible to get a high stack on this map unless you maintain absolute control. Both players getting surprised by each other. Powerful shotgun shots going in. And Cerberus has what I would say is a decent control of this game at this point. But that rocket is definitely not going to allow that to stay for too long. 3 frags at the halfway point. That's all the difference there is. Francia gets a very nice rocket. Making Cerberus sweat straight out of the box, but going to get taken down by some LG, and Cerberus is still going to get the red. A few more rockets need to land for Francia in these pre-fight fights. With Cerberus having a much better stack, although both going into this next fight with the same stack. And Francia's going to make the frag. Now needs to find something. Should be able to find this armor. Good flick across. Good damage, but 1 health, and the Mega's not up. Cerberus is going to push in, but takes a good amount of rocket. Doesn't quite go down. Has baited Cerberus into thinking that the Mega must be soon. But unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking from Francia, thinking, well, I've got 1 health, I can't really survive anything else. Great rocket placement there from Francia. Could pull this back yet. Got 3.5 minutes left in the game. Nice bit of LG. Can't connect with that rocket. But the Mega is up. Well played through those teleporters. No need to actually go down and take the Mega. Just play up and get through the teleporter that takes you back down. Nice play with the LG. Good rails, but it's not enough. Sibritz gets away with 13 health. Now stacked up slightly more, but knows that he can't push in too much. Fanship probably doesn't know quite how low Sibritz is. Otherwise, I'd have expected the machine gun push to come out. Good rocket there from Sibritz. And Fanship now well stacked. Sibritz goes for the Mega. Gets caught off guard, and Fanship's going to finish it with the LG. The yellow's up. And Sibritz has got it. Fanship not in a particularly strong spot here, but able to get a little bit of damage out. Needs 2 more frags. This map is too small for Sibritz to try and play the defense. He certainly doesn't need to be this aggressive. Great frag, manages to get the Mega secured. Doesn't even go in, takes the teleporter's brute anyway. Could have just walked straight into that room. But decides to go up and take the teleporter. Good LG, but while jumping pushes your opponent out. Red's up. Fanship pre-fires it. Warning Sibritz of the teleporter, and a good push, well designed from Sibritz to put this back 2 frags up. Fanship now has lost quite a bit of control that he did once have. And I think Sibritz will be able to capitalise this and take the game from this next section. With that Mega goes a lot of the control. Fanship through the teleporter should be able to survive this. Manages to get away, but doesn't quite get enough health before the fight. Doesn't quite deal enough damage. Sibritz so low. If Fanship knows he's going to push in and try and make the frag. Well worth it, but now we're just coming up to a minute to go. 5 frags the difference. And the retire comes out. Forfeited. Almost doable. But almost certainly not. And I'm not quite sure why we're going to toxicity. Two 2-0 going the way of Sibritz. Right, where are we off to next? There's a lower bracket. The Proximo game's going to go on now. Then there is... Yeah, let's try getting in there maybe. Or the Arseny Sibritz game. The Arseny Sibritz game will actually be quite good, I think. Okay, they've all been reported on. Arseny Sibritz is looking good, and we're already on the server that they're going to be on. So, we shall go with this one. Put the music back on for a spot of time. We will head back over to bracket for a second. There we are. And yeah, this bracket looking good. We're further down here, starting to get some lower bracket games as well. Arseny Sibritz should be a good game. We'll see what the picks and bans end up being. Sinister Bloodrun, Cure Dismemberment have all been banned, and it's Arseny's turn to ban a map, which will be this tab out. Or sorry, to pick a map. Picks Lost World. So we are going first to Lost World. We are going second to Battleforged. And we are going third to... not Hectic. Not Silent. That will be Furious Heights. Lost World, Battleforged, Furious Heights. And we'll get into the game just shortly. Looks like we're going to a different server. Dogda. Hog? No. We will get into this game once I've found the server. Yeah, I think I've just joined the same server again. Yeah, I have. There we go.
What does it mean to be happy? 'Cause it looks like we all don't know.
Lost World already up. We'll see where we end up. Good players, both of these. Not sure what's happened to the weapon. Just do that. See if I can get the config to save this time. Why is your weapon hidden? Shoot or something. Do a rocket jump here. There we go. Easy enough way to bring it back. Oh, we will take a quick drink. I think this should be a fairly close game, looking at the way that Sivir is played. But I do think Arsene's going to go pretty deep in this tournament. I love the verticality of this map. I think potentially it would be a good map to port to Xenotic. Well, it's probably had a direct port, but with changes made. Xenotic's a great game for vertical maps, with a blaster and a lot of easy double jumps. You can put little ramp ledges in corners of stuff and remove the need for bounce pads and that. Should be getting into this game shortly. So what are the predictions on this map? Anyone know particularly these two players? I've seen Sybritz play once now. I've seen Arseny a few times in the previous weeks. Both good players. Both quite fast. This could be a good game. But here we go. Pause the music. Get into the game. Arseny versus Sybritz. Lost World, our first game. First off, straight the fight for the rocket launcher, more important than the fight for any of the items. Sybritz goes down to a great pinning of Arseny's great control. Mega does go to Sybritz. Arseny going to take this red, so not quite as good of a control from that first frag as you'd have thought that he'd be able to pull. Gonna get a good stack though. Sybritz, I would say, very much worse off here with no armour. And that goes to show very low. The armour just keeping him alive. He's got out of there with very little health. Arseny just trying to figure out where he's gone. He's able to do a bit of damage, but red's up. That's more important. Early control of the map wanted by Arseny. Pushing him very aggressively. Good tickle of LG when Sybritz stops the spam and pulls out. Nice drop of red. And the major items have been traded. Sybritz now with the mega. With the red. And manages to find the frag with a shotgun. Not greatly stacked up on weapons though going into this next section of the game. Will be able to grab a red, so nicely stacked up. Rocket jumps up, dodges the rocket very nicely. A little bit trapped here. No items for a little while. Mega is Sybritz, but once this yellow knows where Arseny is, good jump across that rocket in between the fires. Gets in, gets out, very clean, very quick. Now Arseny slightly on the back foot. He's going to push in and try and force something, I think. Arseny's best bet here is probably to push when he knows that Sybritz is in certain positions and just try and play for better positioning. Because on this map, all of the major items, well, all the items, including the yellows, are in suboptimal places. They're not places you want to hold. You want to hold from rocket launcher, from that middle position where Arseny is. You have to drop down. You can't connect these rockets, the big platform. You can't shoot at people's feet if you can't see the feet. Grenade launcher grab for Sybritz. That's probably quite a smart play, actually. Grabbing that grenade launcher. Stacking up on all these shards really wants to make a difference with that. And now, after such a quick start to get the first frag in the game, we've not had a frag for a couple of minutes. Red and yellow to Sybaris. Arseny pretty well stacked, but probably wouldn't fancy themselves in this fight unless they can connect something decent at the start. But good LG lick. No damage dealt from Sybaris. Mega's coming up and it's going to be a fight. A good rocket dealt from Arseny. Sybaris will get the Mega. Should be able to get this red as well. And a nice rocket jump out to grab that other yellow. A good map lockdown here from Sybaris, but just hasn't been able to do enough damage to Arseny to stop any of the little items that he's managed to steal. He's not had much, but what he's had, he's kept. A beautiful tracking there from Arseny. Puts Sybaris really into a spot of bother there. Red's up. Spam coming out. Arseny with better stack coming out of this.
Lead taken.
But Sybaris going to find the connection with that LG. Catching Arseny off guard. Let's take a quick look at the pickups level. Arseny with a lot more yellows, but, well, not too many more yellows. Really. Sybaris controlling this map, but not able to do the damage. Where Arseny just licking with the LG every time they meet. Even if it's just a little bit of damage like that. That bit of damage, very powerful. Sybaris hiding out, wants to teleport, a little bit of a mismovement. Grabs the Mega now, wants to try and punish Arseny on this red, but Arseny's got it. Very low, going in with the shotgun. Arseny must have only 3 or 4 health left. And there it is, 10 health. All you've got left in that last fight. Both yellows are up for Arseny to take on the top platform. Sybaris should be able to control a little bit here. But the red's going to be up. Arseny probably well stacked enough to try and contend for this Mega right now. It's just whether he knows where it is. And by the looks of things, no. Sybaris incredibly well stacked. Needs to make it count on the scoreboard right now. Arseny's been able to control very well with not taking much damage in between the parts where he doesn't have control. Very nicely done for Arseny. Gets Sybaris very low, but doesn't quite manage to make the frag. Arseny pushing a little bit harder now. Could do with staying off and making sure he's stacked up before he takes a fight, but there's certainly a method to this madness. By pushing in very aggressively, Arseny is effectively gambling and saying, I'm going to lose this if I don't push aggressively. Like, if I don't make some kills now, just like that, Arseny will lose the game. But at the same time, if you die, you'll also lose the game. So you've got to take the way up, but sometimes it's better to have tried and to still lose than it is to go the other way. Arseny with the rocket jump finds Sybaris. Sybaris really trying to put Arseny off here. But now well stacked. Here's Sybaris has picked up that yellow. And Sybaris gets the second, but well out of earshot. There's a fight that's got to happen soon. Both players know where each other are and they're going to find each other. Arseny doesn't want to push the issue. Red's up. Mega soon. Arseny going to take this yellow. Probably knows that he's got control over this central section, so doesn't need to control. Red is very watchable from a good position, but it's very punishable when you go down because the only way back up is either a rocket jump, which if your opponent's in anywhere near can really punish you and probably frag you if they're able to hit their LG well. Very nice rocket from Arseny. Should be able to take Sybaris down here. 2 minutes left. 1 frag different. That aggressive push was fantastic from Arseny. Had a beautifully predicted rocket. Looking a little bit worse for wear, but that red will certainly help. And with the Mega, you put Arseny well in control of this map. Good rockets from Sybaris, forcing back though. We're down to the fights for the yellows. Arseny should have this, but Sybaris might be on that red already, and is. Arseny's going to try and get the teleporter, it doesn't quite time it right. Both players stacked, 100-100. Sybaris going to slightly overstack with some shards. Not sure where he's gone though. Mega for Arseny is not a bad position to be in. 5-5, 1 minute left. Sybaris goes very low. Arseny going to drop off. Wants to play fast though. Does not want to let Sybaris back into control of this map. Good rocket. Gives away your position, but not for nothing. Arseny completely stacked. Ready for any fight here. Sybaris is getting away. Grabs the Mega. Might be able to make a fight for this red. If he can land another rocket, you'd put this one into Sybaris' favour. But Arseny's going to grab the red. This game might be going to overtime. It's a beautiful shot with 15 seconds left. Sybaris gets caught off guard around the corner. Sybaris is just going to have to push in, find Arseny. Arseny's stacked up in the middle. 5 seconds left. I don't think there's enough time to take him down here. Sybaris is almost certainly going to go down. Wants it to only be 1 frag different between them. Very close game towards the end there. Arseny takes it. The comeback. The absolute comeback. Sybaris getting a lot more of the Megas. And just, interestingly, the Reds. Arseny definitely had control of that red. Was able to punish it every time Sybaris was getting in. But that yellow stack, Arseny just had the map. And on a map like that, you're moving around a lot. You don't really want to control the major items because they're in the wrong position. Like, positionally control them. So you want to just control from elsewhere, and get over to the yellows is a lot quicker. But here we go, straight in, neither player needing any warm-up on this map. We are on Battleforged. Sybaris gets straight out the gate to that Mega. 2 rockets. And a nice little yellow to go with it. Good rail from Arseny. Puts him in control. The second one puts Sybaris in a dangerous position to be in. Well played there. Very carefully heading back off. Keeping good stack. Reds come up. Arseny doesn't want to go straight there. Good licking of LG from Sybaris. Arseny pretty low, but has done some good damage in return. Sybaris won't want to take this fight, for sure, but wouldn't mind getting some decent chip damage. Both players keeping their distance here. I think this one could go a long time without a frag. If they meet in the right place, just like this, then they could go for each other. The yellows come up. Arseny's going to want to take it mid-fight. That makes the fight his. Sybaris gets out of there. Low health. Not in a great position. Arseny will know exactly where Sybaris is going. Doesn't want to chase it down, though. Arseny wants the red. Would like that rail. A beautiful rail there from Arseny. A little bit of a trade. The Mega going to come up now. Sybaris goes down fighting for it. And Arseny well stacked up. Well stacked up here. Sibrit's unable to really do a lot of damage. It was a good move, worth taking, to try and force that mega position. Try and take the mega, potentially, get on it a bit quicker, but also to deal a good bit of damage. Certainly worth making that move and trying to take the mega. Didn't work out in the end though. Because you never know quite how low your opponent is. Both major items up at the same time. Sibrit's going to get in the right place. But the LG's going to come out and it's going to finish you off. Apologies for the yawning. This is an incredibly exciting match. Well played there from Sibris to hold that down. Delayed red. Good choice to delay the red, I would think. Otherwise the mega's going to come up on the next cycle pretty close together. Arseny taking complete control of this map. Sibris needs to find a position. That would be one of the better places, but going to be taken out. Two well-placed rockets. And now moving away, not wanting to take these fights. Sibris is, yeah, just got to find position on the map. But fighting over these items every time, unlikely to make the big difference. Arseny's just too stacked up. Unless you can prolong the fight some other way, it's unlikely to happen. But if Sibris can hold down one position, or sort of take a position that's able to deal some damage, probably onto this next mega, does manage to grab the red as they both come up at the same time. Good LG from both players. Sibris manages to escape. Arseny didn't particularly fancy taking that fight though. Sibris wasn't entirely committed to leaving by the time that Arseny decided, nah, I'm out of here. There was no item that needed getting to. I think Arseny just slightly comfortable with 6 frags. There's no need to do anything too risky. You've got control of every item on the map. It's a lot safer to not push in. Nearly a telefrag, but Sibris doesn't push through the teleporter. Good play there. Just on the wrong side of it. But does force Arseny to change game plan just a little bit. He's still got complete control of everything on the map. So really isn't going well for Sibris right now. Even nabbing a green, that's just brutal. Sibris lands some good rockets. Arseny not able to predict the movement. Goes pretty low. Nearly railable here. Arseny knows where all the items are. Sibris has to push in, can't like drop for the items. Has to try and play it. Well played from Arseny, holding that position down. Both major items coming up at the same time. We'll see which one actually gets fought over. I expect a fight here. Mega not been taken yet. There it goes. Sibrit's going to get a decent chunk onto Arseny. Lot of damage done with that LG before the yellow was picked up. And we've gone the longest stint in this game without a frag. Been a fast-paced game all the way through though. Frags or no frags, Arseny regains control of the map. Managed to survive and makes the frag on the comeback. Unlucky spawn there from Sibris, but Arseny unable to capitalise quite on it. Red's coming up in just a second. Tiberius won't have any weapons to defend it, but he's going to be able to take the yellow. Might not be a way back into this game particularly, but it could be good for Tiberius to get some frags. Couple of frags on this one would be a nice thing. Tiberius has played incredibly well for this game. The scoreboard might not show it, but the plays Tiberius has made has definitely been good. The way that he's played in completely out of control. Like there's no control for large parts of this map. Every item has gone to Arseny, even the green. But that sort of move, Tiberius doing some amazing dodging, forcing Arseny to focus him. And then pull him around the back to get a little bit of damage out. Means that every time the major items are tied up at the same time, and every time the major items are up, Tiberius knows where they are. Never losing any of that. Just isn't able to get the damage to make the items that Arseny's picking up matter. Arseny very consistently getting well over 200s. Oh, very nice flick rocket there from Arseny. And a forfeit comes out. Not too long left in the game with that one. Very, very well played by these two. Arseny takes the series. And we head back over to see where we are next. So that game's finished. Firebot versus Baxi. Rel versus Gecko will be a good one, actually. Let's go over to that one. Rel versus Gecko. We are halfway through the match. Let's take a peek where we are. So we are on. Tab out, sort the scene back over here, pause the music. This is the first game picked by Rel, then we're going Furious Heights by Gecko. So let's pull up Gecko here, who has a little bit of a lead, 2 frags as we're 4 minutes in. Not a super aggressive game of Hectic then, so far. But Rel extremely well stacked. Gecko currently in the lead, but might not be for very long. Rel misses the rail, but Gecko not with much rockets. Lands a good rocket. Rel picks up the Mega, and Gecko very low here. It's tickled by the LG. Good push there from Rel. Fantastic player on this map. Both players just tickling each other around the edges.
Impressive.
Great rail there. Gecko survives it though. Going through the teleporters. Where's he gone? Gecko so low. Picks up the 2 bubbles in that room. And a beautiful rocket there from Rel. Predicts it. Should be able to take the lead here. Even gets the yellow. A crushing control of this map is what it's taken to bring it back though. And if Gecko can survive the aggression, Rel has to capitalise on this. I mean, you can't take 200-200, full control of the map, and not do something on the scoreboard. But Gecko is getting away, forcing Rel to not play how I'd expect he'd want to play right now.
Impressive.
Rel would definitely like to have racked up more than 3 frags. And now not going for the items, going more for the frags. Definitely worth it. But goes quite low. The Mega's up. through the teleporters, picks it up. Gecko not in the right position to capitalise, gets a beautiful shot off, but too low to survive that rocket. Rel very low. Finds the 50 bubble. Gecko won't want to push in too hard right now. Mega's coming up. Rel's going to push through the teleporter. Gecko's going to take it though. Pushes Rel off of that teleporter. 5 frags up though, so Rel going to play this incredibly carefully. Does not want to get railed right now. That would put the swing way too far in Gecko's favour. The map scores are incorrect. I shall change those. Good rocket. Gecko goes low. Mega taken by Gecko to stay alive. Red taken by Rel to take some advantage. Rel can't land anything right now though. Doesn't need to so much. This position's good for Rel. Rel will be happy with this right now. So it doesn't feel great, but a nice rail's going to make it feel pretty good there. Can he land the second one? Lands a good bit of rocketry.
1 minute warning.
Gecko gets out of there. Should survive this. Oh, and goes through. Finds a good rail onto Rel. And a second. Gecko super low. But finding a rocket. Rel very low. Goes down. Minute and 45 on the clock. It's unlikely that the frags are going to stack up. But on this map, it's fast enough that it is possible. Gecko probably looking for this next mega. It's not going to be for another 10 seconds. Rel super low. Gecko not much more. Survives the rail thanks to the armor. And manages to find a frag. This is good for Gecko going into the next map. Even if he doesn't win this from here. Even if he can't quite bring back the 4 frag deficit. Bring us into overtime. Gecko's come back from a little bit. And the time limit will be hit. We are off to furious heights. But Gecko can definitely be happy with the end of that game. It wasn't perfect, but it was certainly something. Gecko readied up. We have Rel with a 1-0 victory.
Vote now.
1.
Vote passed.
Oh, we're on the wrong... Wait, what?
Prepare to
Vote for. I don't know. Oh well. Here we go.
3,
Furious Heights.
2,
Rel with 1 map advantage. We're going to start off on Gecko, picking up the red. Bit of plasma, going to head over to try and fight for the mega. Rel taking it quite late, so that says Rel's got a good stack of weapons here. Has the rocket launcher, but not much else. Neither player can find each other. Both looking like they want to fight. Not a long one. Just enough to do some damage. The red comes up. Rel in the correct position to hold it down. Quick switch is there from Gecko, but he's going to be pretty low. Rel still there. Oh, up the pad. Rel just about surviving. Gecko pretty well healthed up here. Could push this. Could push this issue, but isn't going to push in. Finds the rail. Rel just surviving it. Mega's up. Gecko with not too great of an idea when the items were before that, I wouldn't have thought. The delay on them that Rel put was quite heavy. A little bit of an interrupted connection. I think it's on my end. Do have some dodgy connections to some of these servers. Shouldn't be too bad onto the Swedish server though. I wouldn't have thought. That does look a little bit like it might be Gecko though. Fully stacked there for Gecko. Rel has 100 health. Gecko has 200 and 200 armor. That rail going to even that up somewhat though. Gecko going to really want to take this right now. And Rel just doing everything in their power to stop Gecko from taking control anymore. Items wise, Gecko completely in control of this at one point, but wasn't able to capitalize on it on the scoreboard or positionally really. All items are up and nobody seems to want a single one of them. Rel drops down and that's going to be the first frag 2.5 minutes into the game. The Mega's going to be up. Rel should be able to get across to this. There's a yellow wanting to be taken by Rel and he gets one. Gecko going to go across to the other one. Rel's going to be there. Take it. Not enough damage being dealt by Gecko. And Gecko goes from being massively in the lead from the stack side of things to just a little bit behind really. Especially with that red being taken by Rel. I would put Rel at the advantage right now. Gecko completely unable to capitalise on the massive stack advantage. Beautiful shooting from Rel. Finds the 2 rockets needed to take Gecko down. Going to find this Mega. Leaves the yellow. Wants to take the fight to the red. Red comes up. There's the timing on it. Well stacked now. Good rocket there from Gecko. Well predicted into the yellow spot. Rel just getting ready. There's no need to push in just yet. A little bit until the items are up. Mega's now. Gecko going to be fighting for this red. Rel takes it quite low. Now heads over to try and fight on the Mega. Going to be able to get in there. Gecko doesn't want to go in. Doesn't feel he's got enough stack to be able to fight on the item. But Rel using that not knowing that Gecko seems to have. Gecko very hesitant in some of these fights. Fairly low, but not in too much danger. Rel's got to get around and get this Mega, and there it is. And the red going to be coming up very shortly. Rel holding in position, takes it, unopposed. So where's Gecko? Gecko up at the top. Trying to find some stack from any of the small sections that are around. Rel capitalising. Can Rel take this extreme stack that he's got and find more frags than Gecko was able to? Remember, Gecko did not get any from having the massive overstack. And Rel just seems to be happy with 1 extra frag. No need to push in. For 2 players playing as fast and loose as they are, they sure don't need to give much up. Well, I think they're playing fast but not loose. Good rockets there from Rel. Gecko does a great amount of damage. Gets Rel down within a fightable range. But now Gecko needs to pull back off. Grabs a yellow. Good rail from Rel. Mega now up. Gecko taking that is a very good position for Gecko to be in. If you can manage to get some damage done on the exit of this red, but misses the rail. Neither player wants to lose this top fight, so it's going to be a foe fight. Good shooting from Gecko. Doesn't land anything, but in the right position to put Rel off. And with the Mega going to Gecko. Good rail. Rel just moving forwards. Does a decent amount of damage with the rocket. But gets taken by a second rail. Gecko will probably want to get this second yellow. Rel can't push it. Dealing damage from afar, manages to get a little bit done. Very low now though. 50 bubble coming to the rescue. And the Mega should be theirs. Good rail from Gecko. Mega neutralised. Rel drops down, doesn't want to be railable. Very low now. Yellow coming to the rescue. So red somewhere, Gecko's got it. 2.5 minutes left. Gecko can't spend too much more time before getting this frag and tying it up. Very low though, not going to be able to push in for a little bit. But there's no major items up. The scores are tied. Gecko needs this to stay in the game. Rel hasn't seen Gecko in that position. Both players are well stacked. There's a couple of yellows if they want them. One going to be used as bait. Neither player wants to push into the other one's sight line. They both know where they are now. Lower yellow to Gecko. It's going to put him in a decent position. And with the Mega, and now that second yellow. Gecko should be able to take this. Rel's very, very well stacked, but Gecko's got the extra Mega on top. Big rocket to the face. But Gecko's still better stack. Red coming up now. Gecko just a tiny bit early. Takes a little bit of damage for it. Not able to punish back though. Rel controls that red taking.
1 minute warning.
Good LG from Rel. Gecko managing to get a little bit in, but aim shaky. Rel dodging very well though. That looked like an actual connection interrupted for Gecko though. Hopefully that doesn't happen mid-fight. Good rail from Rel. Both players very low. Brilliant rocketry down there. There's a yellow coming up. But not much else for a few seconds. Gecko decides, wants the fight on the Mega. Now it's too late. Play for overtime, I think is Gecko's plan right now. 10 seconds left. Takes the yellow. And we're going to overtime. Second yellow. Oh, can Rel get it in the last second? Both players. Overtime. 2 more minutes of this incredibly tense game. Two frags apiece after 10 minutes on this map. Such a difference from the previous game. Beautiful rail. Gecko takes the lead for the last time in a little bit. Since the first frag of the game, in fact. And now Rel should go down here. By all means. But Gecko doesn't want to push it in. There's no need. Not lost control just yet. 2 frags taken. Still a minute left. Rel has some good control over the map. Finds a good rocket. Finds the second. And now needs to get back up, get the mega, probably get back down and take yellow, but doesn't want to. Wants to fight over this red. Makes sense. Gecko's not going to be there. Gecko's got a yellow. Pretty happy with that. Now, where has Gecko gone? Gecko's going to have to hide. 40 seconds left. Run and hide and pick up any of the small armors that you can get. Takes a good bit of LG. Going down. We could have a second overtime here. 30 seconds. I don't think that Gecko's going to just hide and play for the second overtime. But Rel very much in control going into this second overtime. Gecko wasn't able to capitalise quite enough. The frag comes out with 15 seconds left on the clock. Surely that's going to be it. Rel will hide down in this corner. The LG is quite powerful. Dropping forwards and backwards. Keeps above railable distance. And there it is. Time limit hit. 1 overtime. Gecko loses to Rel. An incredibly close game right there. And Rel moves on. Rel moves on in the bracket. Take a look at that bracket just now. So Rel going to be playing versus Proximo, right? Oh no, Rel versus Gecko not been reported. Firebot versus Slon is still going on, and that will be who plays. Proximo versus Zedemon is the next one to go to. Let's see, what server did these two end up on? Far. Nope. Ah, that's the problem. I've got that one still in. Proximo versus Demon. Yeah, sure. If I can find the IP, though. I'm not sure where they're on. Is it? Oh. Oh, yeah. House of Quake 2. There we go. Do you know what the score is overall? Or is this first game? Blood Run, first game. 1 frag up, Demon. There we go. Pause the music. Yeah, Demon, 1 frag up. 3 minutes in. Blood Run, Furious Heights, Sinister. Demon very well stacked here. Seems to have control of the map at this point in the game. Absolutely stunning map, this. Big rocket from Proximo. It's not going to completely nullify the advantage that Demon's got right now. Going to do something. Little tickle of LG. Proximo's not going to want to take the fight. The red going to Proximo. Demon quite content right now with a 1-0 lead. I suppose there's no need to worry about it too much. Land some good rockets, get some good LG down, but he's fairly low. Wants to land this rail, but Proximo's going to be the one to land the rail. Evens things up. And should be able to take this red. Demon through, misses the LG. Good stop from Proximo. Very cool movement, Proximo, just noticing. Don't think I've spectated too much through these cups of Proximo. uses stopping as a way to dodge. Instead of turning and going the other way, just completely stops sometimes. Works very well. You wouldn't expect it.
5-minute warning.
And that's why it works. First fake. Demon doesn't fall for it. Yeah, best dodge can be no dodge. It's definitely a thing with games with actual dodging mechanics. Everybody expects you to use them. And then you just don't. Just stand still. Good rocket from Demon. Fully stacked. Proximo does not want to take this fight. Needs to get at least one direct rocket off onto Demon. Or a rail. Doesn't have any ammo on the railgun though. Happy with this position. But would certainly like Demon to not be quite as stacked up. Proximo will know. Demon's got the good stack. One rail will be nice. Fairly direct rocket would be good as well. Proximo takes a lot of damage from that LG of Demon. Red going pretty much uncontested for free there. Proximo very low. Gets out of railable territory. Taking all of these items, every little one. It's worth it. Now, better stacks than Demon. Major items traded out. You'd put Proximo in control of this next fight. Demon's on the yellow. And now has a way better stack. Still think Proximo's probably got control of this next fight though, when it happens and how it happens. Demon takes it from above, the grenade's doing a good amount of damage to soften Proximo up. The red comes in. Good rail from Demon. Finds another. Proximo not wanting to take any of these fights now. Demon has the control of when the fights happen. But Proximo's able to get out of them. Doesn't have to engage. Demon wants it to happen though. Goes quite low. Railable. Both players very, very low. Demon's got that mega. Got a good stack. Proximo so low. Gets railed. Demon evens it up. Minute and a half left to go. Will Proximo play for the overtime? Demon doesn't look like he needs it to end in regulation. Might get a little bit more pushy when the voice line comes out for 1 minute remaining.
1 minute warning.
Oh, you can instantly see he's a little bit quicker. As soon as that call comes out, he's like, let's get on this. Can he find the second rail? Rocket lands. Very deep rocket. You almost see the surprise in the mouse movement there. Proximo does not want this fight to happen. Goes down. Demon is incredibly well stacked. There probably isn't a way for Proximo back into this game. But he might as well at least try. If he can catch Demon off guard somehow, definitely be worth doing. But Demon incredibly well stacked. Proximo with absolutely nothing left and only 15 seconds left on the clock. Goes down, does the forfeit. Very, very well played. 2-4. Best dodge, no dodge. Oh, yeah.
Now.
I've seen that clip before. That's a great clip. Just standing in one place and not moving, and the rockets are just going left and right because you expect the opponent to time and go left and right. We all do. We all have done. I started off playing Unreal Tournament, which has an actual dash kind of dodge mechanic. And everybody expects you to be dashing left and right quite often. I went away, played some CPMA, a little bit of other Quakes. Go back to Unreal Tournament after a couple of weeks, not really using the dodge anymore. A lot of rockets, I noticed, were going slightly further away. When I changed direction, it's expected that you're going to go twice as far as you would, because the dash takes you, yeah, twice as far. So they see you move, and they predict you to be a little bit further along. Yeah, metal water bottles, they do sound like bongs. I just can't be bothered to mute my microphone.
Prepare
Yeah,
to
we've built
fight.
up all of this memory over many, many years of playing these games.
3.
And you've got to relearn it for every game, and it's really annoying. Here we go on Furious Heights. That I put the map scores the wrong way around. 0 to 1. There we go. Demon's profile says he's retired. I think everybody in Quake says they're retired. Is he technically unretired unless he gets into the full league? Good shots coming out from both. Proximo, brilliant there, switching, knowing the health of Demon and switching over to the rail at just the right point to finish him off. Should be able to get this frag with the LG as well. Taking the red and taking a little bit of early control. Demon probably going to want to slow the game down right now. Can't imagine that with both major items going to be up in about 10 seconds. Demon's not going to want to take any fights. Does want to take that yellow though. Don't think he wanted to be in that position at the back there and able to get out of the box with the LG pinned on him. Proximo wants to force this over at the red. Demon has gone for it. Mega's still up. Good shot from Demon. Not letting the Mega get away for free. Good rocket. Proximo not in the greatest position to take in this fight. The gamble of punishing Demon when he went for the red definitely did not pay off. Best dodge, no dodge. When did these 360s start, by the way? Because I haven't really played too much Quake Live. Everyone's doing 360s. Ooh, very nice LG there. That's the sound we love when LG comes out. And Demon gonna go down. Proximo taking a very commanding control of the early part of this game. Yeah, the 360s are definitely just for a bit of fun. But I've seen a lot of people, some people do them, Neutrino was doing them absolutely constantly. I mean, you can. You kind of just can do them. Because there's a speed you hit in Quake Live VQ3 movement where it doesn't really matter after that, and you know you're going to hit a wall anyway. So, do some 360s, doesn't really matter. CPM movement, you probably want to keep control and not be doing 360s because you can get around every corner. Demon taking a little bit of a hide here. Doesn't want to lose any more frags. 5's doable. 5's doable, even if it takes him another minute and he's got to bring back 5 in 5 minutes. It's doable. He's going to need this frag. Proximo rushing straight in. Absolutely incredible play there from Proximo. Doesn't want to take... Doesn't do any damage to Demon because Proximo wants the 50. And if he does damage to Demon, like pushes the LG onto him, Demon's just going to take 50 damage and heal 50 because he's stood right on that bubble. Absolutely incredible big brain moves there. I don't think Proximo was expecting Demon to not take the Mega there and to instead go down for the yellow, but definitely will capitalise on that when he hears the item be picked up. Now Demon's pushing in. Probably hoping that Proximo hadn't got the stack that he did. Again, not attacking. Absolutely incredible move there. You wouldn't see that from very many players. That is full on, you know, the compilations of Counter-Strike not shooting, trigger control kind of things. You just don't see people not shooting in Quake.
5-minute warning.
Deserves a few 360s. 10 frags in 5 minutes on this map is a fairly big push. Demon's contributed to it a little bit, trying to force the frag back. Finds his first. There's definitely a way back into this game for Demon. And at the very least, I talk about it almost every time an early lead is gained. If it's not the last game in a series, then the mental boost of finishing strong can be very important. No rail coming out. Demon's got good stack up. Proximo, not hard done by in this situation, but definitely playing the clock down here in a lot of these fights. Gets a good rail. Demon returns it. Red fight now. Both players wants it. Proximo pushing with the LG, finds the red, and that's going to confirm the kill as well. Good rocket from Proximo, well predicted. Demon's having to push in. He really wants to make some of these frags. Gets him low. Demon should take this one. Mutual frag. Demon ends up getting the frag, but blows himself up with the same rocket. He's reset the stacks though. Reset the stacks and got off with a better spawn on the double respawn. This Mega should be his, but he's gonna take a lot of damage. The no dodge strategy doesn't quite work out for him. Beautiful rail. Can he find the second? Proximo should be railable, but Demon so low. And Proximo with that red and with the control now taken. Misses completely there. No LG coming out. Not sure what happened, but hey, it makes up for it with a mid-air rail. Not going to be too unhappy with that frag. Nicely done. We have Sinister for a final map. Don't think it's too much of a stretch to say we'll go into a third decider round. Interesting though, actually. This is Demon's pick, yeah. I've just noticed that. I kind of didn't expect it. It was a pretty close game on Blood Run, but you know, you definitely, Demon was in control for the whole thing. Wouldn't have been sweating too much. So, big
1 minute warning.
big swings. Big swings on each other's map pick. And the game gets forfeited in the final minute. No need to worry about it. And it is 1-1 between the two players. Getting Goomba stomped, definitely not going to happen. There are mods for it, I'm sure. Where are we elsewhere in the bracket? How is the lower bracket looking? So Gecko's gone down. Fancy's progressing through the lower bracket. Hong Konger
Vote now.
versus Gecko currently going on.
Vote passed.
Siberis versus Baxi's ended. So the winner of this will go on to play Arsony, which is going to be a very good game. Firebot versus Slon is still happening. Where's that one? When did you two start? The picks finished. They should be done by now. Or actually they carried on talking about which server they're going to go on. Assuming they started pretty close to when they picked the server, then they're just about to finish their second map in the next couple of minutes. That's Firebot versus Slon, which is the upper half of our upper bracket. Let's get back over to the bracket quickly. So yeah, we've got Firebot versus Slon going into this Rel game. We're watching Proximo versus Demon, which goes into Arsony. That'll be a good game, the Arsony versus winner of this game. I would quite like to drop up and have a look at the Rel versus Firebot Slon game. If the timings kind of work out right. Because it looks... Yeah, I haven't seen either of those two players. Or I have seen Rel. I've seen Rel, but I haven't seen either of Slon or Firebot. So, be good to see. Proximo taking a little bit of a break here. We'll get in as soon as the player's ready up. Yeah, there's the bottom end of the lower bracket. Yeah, that'll do. That's got everyone in it from the upper bracket. So while I've been watching this, let's put the music back on. I have got the Tour de France on the telly. Above that, looks like Ghana's gone down. Little bit of a crash. First stage of the Tour de France, going to be crashes. But that looks like he's gone down hard. The medical car is there. That's definitely Ghana. Has he broken a collarbone? He's walking, he's moving both arms. That's good. Someone's nicked his bike and taken it back to the team car, so that's something. Okay, he looks okay. He's just assessing himself. That's not bad. What happened? Oh, it's a traffic, absolutely terrible traffic island. Here we go. We are back into the game. Quake Live.
3, 2.
Yeah, just poorly placed traffic island on that one. That happens surprisingly often. The fans are a bit further back, but it does happen that like a fan will pick the bike up off the ground trying to help get people out the way, and then no one's got any idea where the bike is. But yeah, the team car's there. It's kind of a slow moment. They'll let him get back on. They're taking their time. He's hit his head clearly, so they've had to do the concussion protocol and all this. He won't be too worried. There's no need to worry at this stage in the race. You got 130 kilometers left to go. They'll send a couple of guys back. He's also the guy that they take. Like, this is the big time trial man. He's the guy that they take to bring people back. Anyway, let's talk about a Quake game that we're supposed to be talking about and not the Tour de France. Because although the Tour de France only happens once a year, this happens even less. Or actually, I think there's 2 of these a year, but, you know, Tour de France is 3 weeks straight. Every day. Demon with a good bit of control on this map. He's not going to want to let Proximo get an early lead. Proximo absolutely took that and ran like crazy with it. This play is absolutely mad, LG. Demon can't touch the ground. Proximo takes the frag at the end of that fight with very little health left. No items up to contend for a couple of seconds. So does have the ability to get into position on this red at least. But he's going to pull back. And doesn't look like he's going to go and contend the Mega either. Wants to just hold the position. No need to push, of course. Demon's very well stacked. That's going to be a scary thing for Proximo to deal with. But if he can manage to land a couple of good shots in this next fight, which I would have thought would have been on the red, but no, just going to try and get some exit damage. Mega up very shortly, 5 seconds. And Proximo not even going to contend for that. Does get a beautiful rocket jump, flicks it over to a rail. And is now going to try and do some damage on the exit of Teleporter, but the red's not up for too much time. Demon's going to take the slow route round. And Proximo just slowly stacking up. Neither player probably too happy about the position right now. Proximo would like to have a shoe-in on any item. And Demon would probably like to have taken a frag by this by now, with a lot more control over the items. Yeah, Proximo hasn't even taken a major item so far, and yet has the frag. Demon very low. Any of these shots could connect from either player. Demon's pulled out of it. Red coming up. Mega after that. Demon's got the red. Going to be in position for the Mega. Oh, Proximo can't decide between the rocket and the rail. And ends up shooting a rail in rocket position. Demon well stacked, but probably going to be quite annoyed that he hasn't been able to capitalise off of this stack. And that he went so low Because you know when you've got complete control. You just know that your opponent can't have taken anything off of you. And then when you go so low in a fight. Demon's got the Mega, lands a nice rail. So well stacked up. Proximo not even going to take this fight. Proximo's been doing an incredibly good job of keeping Demons stacked down for the first couple of minutes of this control that Demons had. But now the damage just isn't coming through. A little bit of a chip. Beautiful shot there. Demon just stacks it straight back up with the Mega though. The damage difference isn't even that much. Looking at the pickups, Demon's just getting nothing from these pickups. And Proximo will be picking up a lot of small items. Those two 10s, they'll add up. Pick up a few times throughout the map. It's going to make a big difference. Proximo just waiting here though. Does a good amount of damage on the exit to Demon. Mega health to Demon. Red coming up soon. Proximo's in good position. Gets a rail off. And Demon's not going to take that red. Beautiful rail. Does take it now. But Proximo's done some good damage. Managed to punish the red. With 2 rails from Demon in return. He's going to punish Proximo far more with the limited reserves. 4 minutes left on this game, and we have had 1 frag. And only 2 or 3 nearly frags. A very good direct rocket from Proximo. Gonna limit Demon's ability to push in there. And Demon seems to want to delay the red and the Mega a little bit every time. The less that come up, the better. Potentially also hoping that Proximo will lose the timing on them, but Proximo seems to just be turning up very early anyway. And because Proximo's not actually trying to take the items in a lot of these fights, he's there early, but is fine with that. Just takes up position, holds it down. Demon should be able to get this frag. Does. Decently well stacked up to be able to take the conversion, try and push in here. Falls back though. Doesn't want to push it so aggressively. Absolutely had the right to push in and try and take that frag off the spawn. He's going to hang around for the red. Mega's up. I'd expect Proximo to take it, yeah, through the teleporter. Nicely timed there for Demon. Just checking on the Mega. You never know. Could be completely left. Proximo's going to get the first red of the game for him, I think. Yeah, 1 red, 1 Mega, 19 yellows. Demon's had almost as many reds as Proximo's had yellows. And right now, Demon managed to get a frag, but it's given Proximo the lead of the game somehow, of the control. A Demon, very low, gets railed by Proximo. Proximo going to get out of there with a lot of stack. Takes the red, trying to find Demon. Wants to put a second one on the board. Wants to put extra distance between the two of them. Is going to. Demon blows himself up. And there's now, finally, a 2 frag difference on the board. Nice rockets coming out. Demon so low. Proximo doesn't want to fight it. A little bit early on the red, but going to be ballsy and stand there. Demon's got the Mega and a yellow. It's a nice position for Proximo. Probably doesn't want to stay there the entire minute, so he's going to move off.
1 minute warning.
Great rail there from Proximo. Demon licking, finds a rail. Powerful LG there from Proximo. But Demon picking up the Mega at the right time. 30 seconds left. Proximo doesn't mind. Does not need to push in. Red armor goes to Demon. He's fully stacked up, but so far we've seen neither player really able to capitalise on being fully stacked up. And getting a frag so far has consistently led to the other player taking control. Don't think Demon needs to worry too much about control with 5 seconds left in the game. And Proximo just going to hold off. All items up. Demon's on the search. GG. 2-1 Proximo. Super, super close game. And let's head over to Rel. Let's have a look at this game. I want to check this out. When did they start up? They started up only a couple of minutes ago. Don't think they're on the server yet, though. I'm going to take a quick BRB break, and yeah, I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, back from a short break. We are unable to connect to watch Rel versus Firebot, annoyingly, because they're playing on the privated servers. We will have a look for any of the lower bracket games that have actually started yet. They're all done for. That game's over, that game's over. All done. Proximo Arseny is going to be a little bit of time before they get into it. So, yeah. There are currently no games being played except for the one on the private server, and there's no way I'm going to be able to set up. Actually, there's literally no way I'm going to be able to set it up because I need the guy that's currently streaming to sort it out. Okay, what server are they going to go on to? Slom versus Gecko we're going to get onto for a short while, and I'll watch out for the Proximo Arseny game starting up. So we probably won't get through all of this game. If it's a really close game, I might not switch, because I did get bitten by watching a pretty good lower bracket last time I was commentating. And then I jumped across and it didn't work. I'd like to just take a second. This is a really cool setup for tournaments that these guys have got. Absolutely amazing. Creates a chat, does the chat bot that does all the pick and bans, that sets it up on the server. I can, in fact, if I'm like I can show you the pick and bans here, and the reason that I don't is because it's an absolute ball ache to interact with this, because for some reason scrolling isn't working in my browser. But I can click on that game and I can show you the picks and bans of that game, and they'll come up as they're happening, and on the other side of the screen they'll be there. It's an incredibly cool setup, but yeah, my browser doesn't work very well. The scrolling doesn't work, so I'm physically moving a 4,000 pixel tall web browser unit. Like, there's all this off the bottom. And to go across, I might have to fix that, because I don't think we're not quite fitting on the end there, so I might have to go across for the lower bracket finals. Okay, so we're gonna find a server for these two. See if he's on. Okay, it looks like we are going to be able to get into a game. So the map that we're going to is Furious Heights for this best of one in the lower bracket. And I'm going to swap over to that chat as they're having a 5-minute break. And we'll see if that 5-minute break can be extended to 10 minutes. Although with the extra time it's taken to get on this server, I'm not sure we're going to get away with it. We will get Proximo versus Arseny up at some point. And we're getting close. So what's happening in the Tour de France? We have a group of, I think, 6 or so off the front. 45 seconds now. They've been brought back quite heavily. For some reason, the peloton seems to be actually fighting for something. I'm not sure what the position they're trying to fight for is right now. Ghana's still trying to get back into the peloton actually. How far away is he according to boot up pro cycling stats and have a look. Oh, we got a bathroom break. Damn it. I assume the official stream is on the Rel game. Yeah, the official stream's on the Rel game. That's good because no one else can get on it. Yeah, I'm going to need to set up that VPN to get everything working. We'll get there shortly. Let's have a look at the Tour de France. So, no time on Ghana, where he is, but he's around. 5 riders off the front. Decent names there. Decent names up there. Jonas Rutsch, Bruno Amarai, Benjamin Thomas. 4 French and a German. Yeah, time gap absolutely bombing down right now. They've got a timer on Florian Lipovic for some reason, but not Garner. So I assume Garner maybe got back in. And Lipovic is... Lipovic is 20 seconds off the back of the bunch. What a noise. Okay, these guys are wanting to get on a different server because there is a huge ping difference between the two. Hopefully they can get into something soon. Let's bring this one up. Nope, they're not here. Come on, refresh. Okay. Which one though? It's all well and good saying lucky server, but there's a fair few and all of them are dual. No word yet on the Proximo Arseny game. I'm sure at some point we'll get into this. We'll get to watch a game. Oh, we have chat in Proximo Arseny. I don't know what it says. But, hey. We've got a 20 ping difference. And Gecko says that it's fine to play. So, we get a lower bracket game.
3, 2,
The pause button has not worked on my music. Hold on. There we go. And we are in. Gecko versus Slon, who is Kalino. And we're starting off with an early fight. Tab out, there we go. Gecko looking pretty low in this first fight. Slon heavily overstacked. No rockets left though, so we'll want that rocket launcher for sure. Good bit of damage coming out. Gecko unable to return any. And Slon gonna find the frag. Red armor taken and back to full stack here. Well, patient rail. First one bit hasty, missed. Second one very well landed. Gecko finds a yellow and probably will be able to get over to this mega. Does indeed. Slon possibly going to struggle to regain the map control. But the red will be fought over. Good damage there. Patient from Slon. Very patient. Slon's definitely going to play this a slow game by the looks of things. No rush, no need to panic. Whereas Gecko, a bit faster I think generally, but from what I've seen, plays to the opponent. Happy to play whatever game is required to beat the opponent. 1 health left for Slon. And misses that bubble. Can't go back down for it because you'll take full damage. Stacked up just a little bit. Gecko has no idea. Very well stacked now though, Gecko. Slon with all the weapons needed. Happy to take a little bit of a fight. Nice rail. Slon wants more armor. There's nothing up for a couple of seconds. I expect Gecko to try and push this one. Doesn't though. Oh, he's going to find it down below. Nice through the ground there. Gecko getting good amounts of damage and good direct. A little bit of LG coming out from Slon. Gecko still the one favoured in this fight. Slon getting close to being railable. But Gecko too low to continue the fight. Somehow lands that rail. Well landed there from Gecko. Keeps the damage from losing the mega. From being too high, Gecko going to be very low and going to get taken down. 2 frags up now, Slon. Keeps the pace slow though. No need to increase it. It's 10 seconds until the next item. Gonna just hold on. Gecko in the right position to take this. Takes the red, but does take a rail in the process. It's not gonna mean too much. Mega coming up. The yellow's there. And Slon will be pretty happy with that stack. Doesn't need the fight, but certainly wouldn't mind if Gecko tried to bring one. This red, great double rocket from Slon lands them both beautifully, and there's nothing Gecko can do about it. Picked up with the first rocket, which was even a direct, and then dropped with the second one, as I'm sure Slon has done plenty of times in Clan Arena before.
2 rails. Impressive. 5-minute warning.
Nice rail from the one. Long wait on that red armor. But Gecko not wanting to push in. Well played switch, gets hit by a grenade. Gecko gets the first frag on the board. He isn't going to be in a great position to capitalise. Sitting quite low. Good stack on the rockets. Oh, the drop down, who took it? Slon manages to pick up the red, saving their bacon right there. Going for the mega. Nice drop on Gecko. Gecko does a good bit of damage back. Slon with no armor. I'm not going to be happy about this. Heads over to that yellow. Both players trade out a yellow. Red's coming up. Gecko should be in position. We can see the rocket jump comes out. A beautiful direct rocket from Gecko. Finding a lot of shots down onto Slon. Both players super low. Gecko doesn't have a railgun, I don't think. Pulls out the LG. Slon's not going to land the rail. And Gecko takes the frag. Needs to hide though. Slon knows that Gecko can't have much health left. Going in with the machine gun. Beautiful movement there from Gecko. Must be a defragger. Good predictor rocket. Does a good chunk of damage. Definitely neutralises that red. Not taken for free at all, and taken with punishment of the highest order. Gecko bringing it back. 3 minutes left on the clock. Has 2 frags remaining.
Impressive.
One good shot there. Goes down though. Gecko just unable to dodge those rockets from Slon. Very nicely shot. And I think we're going to finish this one out before we go over to the Proximo Arseny game. They have picked all their maps, but this map is quite juicy. Slon gets a good rocket down. Gecko looking very low here. Gets the red, the only saving grace, but Slon again. If you're ever asked, does Clan Arena help you dual gameplay? Yes. Yes, it does. Those flick predictions from Slon have been absolutely beautiful. Just pure mechanics of the game, knowing where your opponent's going to go. Incredible shooting from Slon in every battle. Doesn't have the best control. Gecko absolutely got the best control. But Slon's positioning here has been fantastic throughout the whole game. Always in the right place to take the fight. And takes enough of the items just on raw timing and turning up to them. And going, oh, that's free. That Gecko's unable to make up for it. Because any time that the item isn't free, Slon's usually the one making it dangerous. Not long left in this. Nice rail there from Gecko. Keeps Slon off of the Mega. Mega for Gecko, but it's going to be punished. 2 rails. And a red. Slon very much in control of this. Gecko's probably not going to be able to stack up before the end of this game. That 50 bubble not even up yet. I'd be surprised if Gecko manages to get out of this alive. 2 rockets. And Slon going to continue it. Holding down the shots. Looking a little low. Probably doesn't want to lose this last frag. We are going to say goodbye to Gecko in this game. Slon going to continue on the lower bracket. 10-3. A very good game. We are going to head over to the other Lucky Duel server for Proximo versus Arseny. And we are 2 minutes in and the first frag has just been taken. So what were the picks and bans on this then? We have Dismemberment first, Sinister second, Battleforged third. Good rocket there from Proximo. Arseny looking very low. Railable territory right now. Got a decent rocket coming out and picking up that yellow. Going to put Arseny in a nice position to get away. And then we'll see who's got the items on the next round. Red coming up now. Proximo's in position to take it. And will do practically for free. Does lose position on the Mega, but going to take 1 rail. Finds the second. Arseny won't be too displeased with that. Does get the Mega and of course keeps him alive. But not looking the best for wear. Proximo will want to capitalise on this right now. Knows that there's a bit of time until the items come up. The red is here now. And Proximo's got it. And now to head over to the Mega. Arseny will be around it. I can't imagine Arseny leaving it. But he's going to be out of position somewhat. Going for the yellow. Decent position to be in. Neither player quite able to land that shot.
Five-minute warning.
Ooh, both players not quite landing any shots right now. Arseny's going to be the first one to land. Proximo wants this fight but doesn't have any armor right now. Manages to get the frag and tie things up. So close there. I'm not quite sure what Proximo's thought process was when he just flicked that circle jump and jumped straight into the fight. But he's come off very well out of it. Very well stacked. And with the tied up scoreline. Both major items coming up at the same time. Arseny takes the Mega, but going to get pinned down with the LG by Proximo. Proximo's going to want to run as fast as possible and try and pick up this red. Gets taken out by the machine gun of Arseny. And Arseny will pick up this red instead. Proximo did not come out well after that. Arseny finds another frag. Proximo looking good on the run away. Mega for Arseny. Red for Proximo and a yellow for Arseny. They want to find this fight. Proximo doesn't. Proximo's happy with this. Well, not happy I would say, but perfectly fine with the current situation of not taking a fight. Both players landing a good amount of blows to each other. And the Mega will be a fight, I think. Both there. Proximo takes it. Very good for Proximo. Arseny a little bit late to the party. But he's there. He's doing damage on the tail. Now he knows where Proximo is. Had a hunch, but it was wrong. And this red's going to get Arseny into the fight. Rocket jumping in. Proximo super low. Somehow escaping there. Arseny still wants all the items. Wants to be stacked as possible. Because he's going to take a direct rocket. But will take the Mega. It's not entirely for free, but definitely took less damage. And Proximo drops down onto that red. But Arseny, with the rockets, just punches 2, 3. Gets the kill. Proximo struggled to come back into this game now. Arseny holding with a pretty good grip. Now if Proximo knows that Arseny will be down here at the red, might be able to get some damage out. Doesn't want to fight for it though. Chooses instead, I think, to try and get position on the Mega, but isn't there at all. Only lands one rail. Not a good trade for Proximo. Arseny coming out of it very well. And a beautiful rocket into there. Finds a 3 frag lead for Arseny.
Impressive.
This is Arseny's pick. So we're not seeing, you know, it's a decent position. Proximo's put up a very good fight. Good rockets rain down there. Proximo in a good position. Gets out of there very well. But goes down. And Arseny's able to hold it. The forfeit comes out with only a few seconds left on the clock. Anyway, 6-2. Arseny takes it. Very close for the rest of the scoreboard though. And we are heading over to Sinister.
Vote now. Vote passed.
So this one, Proximo's pick. We've seen him play it very well against Demon. Oh no, completely out of control against Demon. So Proximo's still confident on this one.
2, 1. Fight.
Yeah, this was the one where it was completely out of control with Sinister, and Furious Heights was well played.
Lead lost.
Good start for Proximo. 1 frag up already. Is it possible he's going to do to Arseny what Demon did to him? I forgot to get the scores up. We have a 1 to Arseny. Ooh. Not quite able to get across there with the rocket jump. Finds it the second time. It's not too bad when you've got the stack advantage Proximo has right now. Arseny over on that other yellow. Arseny going in for the fight. Drops down onto the Mega. Absolutely beautiful. Gets a good bit of damage out on Proximo. Certainly makes Proximo have to back out of that fight. You can never quite know what the stack your opponent's got is. And this early in the game, there's no need for Proximo to take that fight on, not knowing what stack Arsony's got, and wanting to maintain control of the rest of the map anyway. Nice rail there from Proximo, puts Arsony fairly low. But no items for 15 seconds. Arsony is in a dangerous position here. Proximo doesn't want to push in, but Arsony's going to try and get a little bit of damage out, and it's going to go very, very badly for him. Red's come up. Mega not too long away. Arsony not in any position to fight any of this beautiful switch over. Proximo gets the Mega, gets the red, and wants to put more frags on the scoreboard, pushing in hard. Arsony super low, but does get some good damage out. Not enough to put Proximo off of taking the fight in the next room over. And now Proximo's going to try and keep the game pace high. Going to try and keep doing damage to Arsony. Arsony wants to be able to slow the pace down a little bit, even if it means Proximo getting massively in control. But Proximo knows that even if he gets control, he doesn't want to let Arsony sneak around the back and collect items and stack up fairly well anyway. Because that could be dangerous when they come to a fight. He knows that Arsony's a great battler. You've got to respect that. Even if you're behind on stack, Arsony can take the win. And he's going to take some control. Proximo picked up a yellow. Arsony with the Mega. Good damage dealt there. Arsony won't be too fussed right now about putting damage on the scoreboard, but he will very much be wanting to force a chokehold of the items, because that's going to be more important. We're not even halfway through, we're only just hit 4 minutes. There's no need to try and force the frags. You could instead just try and get to the items and deal the damage on the items. Feels completely safe there with that item. Proximo's going to be over trying to take the red in railable position. Arsony not going to quite connect, but both players are railable, and a headshot to finish it off. Finds another. Proximo dodging that first rocket. Going to take a lot of LG here. But Arsony takes a good rocket too. Proximo very good at these defensive rockets. One Mega for Arsony. Proximo's up, trying to take that.
5-minute warning.
The red's there. Proximo is going to take it fairly for free because Arsony is not in a position to try it.
Impressive.
Good shot there from Arsony. I wonder what Proximo is going to try and do. He's going to take the red, obviously, but is he going to push now? Or does he think that taking control will be more worth it? It's a difficult pick at this time in the game. Goes in for the fight. Should be able to get this. Does. And the red. And now he should be able to take this Mega. He's in. Will Arsony even contend it? Does not look like it. Proximo massively overstacked. Now is the time to try and get some frags on the leaderboard. Great LG there from Proximo. Arseny, I think, probably hit more in that fight, but Proximo was for sure just better stacked by an absolute mile. Nice rocket, well bounced. Arseny should go down here. Up on the bounce pad, super low. Can't get out of there. And Proximo is playing this map incredibly well. Forces down onto Arseny. Really doesn't want him to get away with anything. But Proximo now a little bit lower than he'd like to be to take the next fight. So he's just going to take the yellow. Find both yellows. And the red going to Arseny straight off its spawn. Proximo spamming out there. Absolutely emptying the magazine of that grenade launcher. Arseny does eventually come around the corner. Good switch to LG there for the finisher from Proximo. Able to dodge very well in the meantime. Red's up a little bit later than Proximo thinks, though he does like to get to the items early. 200 armor here. Arseny looking like about 20. Good rail. Couple of rockets are landing, but Arseny very low. And the mega goes to Proximo. 2 minutes left on the clock. It is not looking good for Arseny. Especially not after that one. We do look like we're going to be going to a third map. So the question is, who's going to finish well? Who's going to finish with a better mental game? If Arseny can get back into this game, I would say it's going to be a very good mental boost. He doesn't need to be back into it for long. Just needs a good couple of fights, or to take a couple of items. Could definitely help for the rest of this series. Good damage there from Proximo. He's going to go down. Arseny could use this as an opportunity. Great fight.
1 minute warning.
Won it purely based off of positioning. Proximo played a little bit too aggressively. Arseny was in the better position. Proximo is going to get that mega though. Take Arseny down. Not a lot of health on Proximo here. He's happy to just stay back. Obviously got the win now. No need to worry about it. He wouldn't mind taking a couple more. Pad the stats, you know. Who knows what weird tiebreakers there might be later down the line. And there it is. Proximo 14, Arseny 3. We head across to Battleforged. 1-1.
Vote now. Vote passed. Prepare to fight.
And they are straight into it.
3.
No need to worry about it.
1. Fight.
Rail for Proximo. Arseny going to take a yellow. And the major items are there traded. Arseny probably wouldn't mind taking a fight quite early in this game, but maybe a little bit late now. As Proximo stacked up a little bit extra. Proximo now going to drop down and try and fight for this Mega. Starting on the Mega. Doesn't want Arseny to get even a look in here. Well stacked Proximo is scary, but Arseny not far behind now. That rocket very well timed. And a rail to even things up a little bit. Arseny looking vulnerable at this point though. Proximo absolutely overstacked. The Mega's coming up in just a second. Will Arseny be there to defend it? No. Gonna get a little bit of damage on the escape though. And a nice LG to finish the job. Proximo just knows that he's got the better stack, so doesn't need to do too much about it. Just takes the fight, takes the shots, and lets it all happen. Good rockets from both players, but Proximo gonna take a couple more to go down. Arseny's playing fairly well defensively. Did take the red. Should be able to win this fight. Proximo on 5 health left. Just a lick of LG and goes down. Red will go to Arseny. Proximo should be able to take this Mega, but isn't going to quite want to push in like he has done before and stamp down on the Mega. Instead, it goes to Arseny, who's going to try and fight at the yellow, but doesn't quite find him. Arseny right now wants the fight, knows he's got the stack advantage, knows that he's the better aimer. But he is sitting quite low now. Doesn't know how much health Proximo's got, I don't think. Nice rail. Now we'll know he wants this. Proximo did pick up the yellow. Mega comes up.
Impressive.
But Arseny doesn't want to take it immediately. Rocket jumping in. Proximo so low. Has taken the red. Doesn't have enough health to defend himself from anything. Tiny bit of chip and there it is. There's the frag. Lead tied up, but Arseny not looking too healthy. Needs this red to come up a little bit quicker before Proximo can get in. Proximo does a good amount of damage. Arseny's just going to wait. He's holding it. A beautiful shot there. Proximo had to take the risk that Arseny had gone. But Arseny could absolutely afford to just stay there. He'd have been able to hear Proximo leaving. So he knew Proximo was in that position and could just wait. Great LG from both these players. The zoomed in LG from Arseny wins. He's well stacked, but he wouldn't mind this Mega coming up for free. He's going to get it relatively free and gets a frag off the back of it. Very well played there from Arseny. He's taken a good control of this map. Again, 2 different ways of controlling a map. Arseny is taking the items, but a little bit more loosely. Has complete control over where Proximo can be though. Meaning that when he takes the items, it's quite often free. Or they'll exchange and trade.
5-minute warning.
Neither one comes off better or worse, but Arseny's got an item. Proximo, on the other hand, much less about the positioning, and much more about just item control. Just, it's mine and I will get there when it's up. Proximo with a decent stack now. Arseny should be worried about this. He isn't going to let his guard down a little bit. Good mega take there from Arseny. Goes very low. Proximo comes back through the teleporter. That absolutely surprises Arseny, who goes down. Proximo takes a big rail. And Arseny's going to take it off of the respawn.
Impressive.
Pick things back up for himself. Both players very low at this point. Arseny somehow gets away with absolutely no health. Mega and a yellow in 5 seconds. Which player thinks they deserve this mega more? Arseny just drops straight on top of it. Really doesn't want Proximo taking it. He has frags as a resource to spend. He can spend that frag not letting Proximo get the mega. It might seem a little bit silly, but it can be a conscious decision. There is of course also a chance it's must take item brain.
Impressive.
Nicely rocketed up. Full leapfrog style. Arseny's looking very low. Proximo well stacked, but can't seem to find the frags. Has got enough time. Doesn't need this, but he absolutely wants it, and Arseny just can't quite get away through that teleporter before the old G finishes him off. Proximo, no mind. There is not much health left on you. He's going to find another one with it onto Arseny. Good damage coming out. Very nice there from Proximo. Arseny needs something special to happen to get back into this game, I think. He's going to need a little bit of luck. And to win something like this fight, if he can win this, no! Proximo gets away with 7 health and 6 armor. I think surely it's over now. 1.5 minutes left, 3 frags in it. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it can be when someone wants it to be. Towards the end of the game, it's okay to cross back. Nice LG. And Proximo's probably put his stamp on this game now.
1 minute warning.
That's a GG. The forfeit happens. 6-10. 2 maps go to Proximo, and Arseny goes down into the lower bracket. Okay, let's take a look. Where are we going next then? So Firebot beat Rel 2-0. We're going to go Firebot versus Proximo in the winner bracket. Or we can go down to Salon versus Rel. Demon is out. Oh wait, no. There needs to be another... Oh, that one's gone through now. So Arseny versus Slon. Or Firebot versus Proximo. I'm going to have to go Firebot versus Proximo. If I can get into the server at least. There is a chance I can't get into the server. Are there any games that are going to be going on right now? I've just seen those ones. Arseny Slon's not going to be going on. No, there are no games going on right now. So yeah, we're looking at this lower bracket just here. Yeah, Arseny Slon will be a good game if we can't get into this top server. First time I was commentating this last Saturday. That first game was impossible to get into. They went to a server with 8 players. What we got? We're all going very far into this. Okay, so we have got Arseny versus Slon. I will be swapping out, but they are probably going to get into this earlier. Let's try and get onto a server. What are you looking for? Not yet got a server connect. Let's get over to that server then. Playing on Battleforged, if I didn't mention that one. Ooh, big crash in the Tour de France on the cobbles as well. That doesn't look good. Okay, we will be dropping this one as soon as I get a server for Firebot Proximo, unless this is incredibly close at the time. But there is going to be a 2-minute pause. I wouldn't be able to call it between these two. Oh, jeez. That's how that crash happened. That's brutal. They were sprinting for sprint points at the top of a hill. And both riders got upset on the cobblestones because it was cobble climb. Both riders got, lost control a bit of their back wheel. One slowed down a bit more. The other one sprinted, seeing that his opponent had lost control. Puts in just an extra little bit and loses control himself because I guess that his opponent had just gone over the limit. But then that extra effort puts him over the limit without a way to come back, you know, and he goes way over the limit. Just crashes them both. Absolutely. Just... There's been some new UCI rules recently. You know, we're just going to talk cycling because I enjoy cycling. Been some new rules from the governing body trying to make things safer, making handlebars forcibly wider, which is going to make most riders use wider handlebars. There have been some silly narrow handlebars, and yeah, they're not great for control, but neither's a too wide handlebar, especially in the women's field. You want handlebars on a road bike that are about as wide as your shoulders. 38 is a pretty average size, and it's actually quite large in the women's field. 34 is almost an average kind of size, and small would be considered a 30. This is centimetres across. But they just don't do anything about the rest of it. But we are getting into the game here. So let's pause the music. Yep, that's worked.
1.
And here we go. Arseny versus Slon on Battleforged. Arseny just taking a loss on this map. So possibly just feels confident having just played it. That could be the position that he's feeling. Slon we saw with some absolutely incredible aim. Arseny very much has good aim and can push more aggressive shots. But Slon is going to be playing on the back foot a little bit here after this start. Couldn't quite get into any of the fights for the items. Arseny's just able to get a lot of good shots off. Well played from Slon there to hide out. But there's nothing for him to really go and collect. Gets a good bit of damage, but Arseny's going to jump up. Predicts the spawn. Gets a good bit of damage to start itself off. Second rail will make the frag. And Arseny takes a fairly good early lead. Grabs the Mega. Now going to head over. Fakes out a little bit going through the teleporter, but Slon's going to take the red armor. Won't be too willing to accept a fight right now, but I don't think either player really wants to, unless they get a pick with a rocket. If he connects a rocket or a rail, Slon apparently does want to start that fight, but going to back out after a good shot from Arseny. Nice little bit of chip damage there. Arseny's stacking up even with the green armors. Always shows confidence. Slow switch and gonna get a beautiful bit of LG down. Slon takes another death. Arseny feeling happy, well stacked. Slon a little bit behind, but has enough to take some shots like this from afar. Probably wouldn't want to take too much of an LG fight. Just about survives when the shotgun comes out. Good shot there. Slon's absolutely stacked up here, but not enough health to make it work. He's somehow survived. The shotgun doesn't land quite enough pellets. Beautiful rail there from Arseny, but Slon's managed to pick up, I think, the 50 bubble. This game stays close.
Impressive.
We're 4 minutes into this. And it's only going to get hotter from here, I think. Arseny is incredibly well stacked, but doesn't fancy taking the fight. I think he just respects Slon's incredible aiming ability. You can have this whole stack, but we've seen it before in other games. Slon can just hit shots. And it doesn't matter when your opponent just hits those shots. Just like that, one rocket lands. Neither player able to land their rails. Slon gets... Arseny gets one. Slon gets a return. Arseny should be able to survive another, especially after that.
5-minute warning.
After that yellow. Gonna take this mega and rocket jump. Oh, I thought he was going to rocket jump into the fight. Brutal. Slon's so low. Arseny going to capitalise and take another one. Trying to bait with this red a little bit. Almost trying to tie up the mega and the red at the same time for some reason. Possibly late enough in the game that Arseny only wants one fight. Doesn't want to have to try and take two. 3 seconds to mega. Slon's on it. Slon's going to pick it up. And the LG's going to come out. And the extra aim that Slon has going to wipe out Arseny. But Arseny stacks up very well quickly. Both major items are going to come up at the same time on the next cycle. Arseny super well stacked going into this fight, and a beautiful bit of LG pins Slon off the edge, which makes taking the shot very easy. Good connection with that rocket, forces Slon backwards. The rail's not going to let Arseny get away scot-free. Great LG there from Arseny. Wouldn't mind going down. Gonna get this mega, so shouldn't go down, but probably wouldn't have minded going down in a trade at that point. It's gonna push even deeper, really faking the amount of health that he's got right now. 3 minutes left on the clock. Doesn't need to worry too much, but Slon is a fast player who can definitely do the damage if he was allowed control. And Arseny doesn't completely have this this map under control anymore. Slon's got that red. Probably going to take the position for the mega. And Arseny doesn't want to fight for it. So Slon will get it. Pretty much scot-free.
Impressive.
Second rail coming out from Arseny. Slon out of armour. Railable. Not quite a connection, but the red goes to Slon. He's stacked up well. Arseny won't mind this. It's tit and tat, and he's doing enough damage to stop Slon from feeling comfortable pushing, while also connecting enough items to refresh what Slon takes in their duels. For the last little bit, they've pretty much been giving as much as they've been taking. Minute and a half left. Arseny looking in a pretty comfortable position right now. Can't completely let his guard up, of course. Anything can happen. But he can just play a little bit less, little bit more passive. It doesn't matter so much now. Oh, but a beautiful shot if he's gonna play aggressive. Yeah, a minute left. It doesn't really matter if Arseny loses control of the map, but losing frags and being able to be converted on would be a terrible situation for him. We are going to be able to get into the Proximo versus Firebot game very shortly. Great rail there from Arseny. Doesn't want to take the mega, a little bit worried that there's going to be a rocket rain down in him. It's a fair worry. Slon's been very good at connecting those. Good bit of damage, and Slon's going to prove why he was to be feared for the rest of this game. That LG is just going to wipe Arseny out, but Arseny's LG is not too bad in return. And with 10 seconds left, I think that's over. Arseny possibly going to try and go for a pummel towards the end of this now. Nah, going to swap out for the LG. And there it is. Time limit is up. Arseny takes it and goes through. And we are straight over to Proximo versus Firebot. Perfect timing, chaps. Perfect timing. Firebot's Welsh. Oh, they are swapping servers. Just trying to find either of them procs. And I'm the only person here. Cracking. The server thing has not refreshed. Please bring up an IP. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, well, Firebot's back here.
Vote now.
Take a look at the bracket. So we're here, Firebot versus Proximo. We've just watched the lower bracket. Arseny versus Rel's gonna happen. And then we'll drop down, so we'll leave that last BO1 unless we can't get into the server that these two are going to play on, but I think we should be alright if they're going to be here. I don't think this map's in the map pool. Oh no. I think they might go and play on a private server, which would be really annoying. this late in the game. Because I don't have any choice what to watch, because Arseny Rel is cracking on. So we might end up having to commentate through a video off the Twitch stream. Hopefully not. Hopefully they'll be settled down onto this server and they'll all get ready. Who readied up? Someone did. Okay, not long now, hopefully. How is everybody doing? What has been the games you've enjoyed the most? Any of those sort of things? We are still on campgrounds on this. I am actually going to go and find the Arseny Rel game right now. Yeah, Quake live, yeah, pause, cool. We are here with Arseny versus Rel, because the other game is not getting started by the looks of things, so I'm just going to have the second screen up with the official 250 FPS stream, and we'll watch this one. And we'll figure out when they get back over, because they're just following the upper bracket for the whole thing. Whereas I don't mind dropping halfway through things at all. Oh, great rocket there from Rel. Not well stacked, but playing decently. Good shot. Four frags to Arseny probably came fairly quick together by the looks of the way Rel's playing. Really trying not to engage, but gets railed there.
Impressive.
Good combo kill. Rel in the right vicinity for that red, but Arseny was there. Chooses correctly not to take it. Not to take that fight. And now Arseny very well stacked up, but I don't think Arseny will want to try and push for a fight with Rel right now. Perfectly happy to just take long shots, trade blows. He knows he's got consistency. Rel, beautiful play there. And good LG there from Arseny, holding Rel down. Arseny's possibly had the better run into this game. Having played a lot more consistently, but could also be starting to get tired. Rel has been out just watching a few of the games, in between. It's not looking good for Rel, but he gets Arseny pinned with this LG. And whoever gets the rail gets it. And Rel's going to take it. Get the first frag on the board. Going to come out of it reasonably well. Not in a position that's going to be scary. Sometimes you come out of these fights and you're just a little bit scared that if you bump into your opponent, they're just going to machine gun you once and you're gone. But Rel, happy to take the fight on the long range rails right now. Gets the red. The Mega goes to Arseny. He's well stacked, waiting for this yellow to come up. Probably didn't want that fight, but manages to land the rail onto Rel.
Impressive.
Now going to really seize this game. 6.5 minutes in. What's a few more frags on the board? Rel's going to get a... Oh, Arseny's got a kill. With the machine gun. Thought we were still spectating Rel. I'm kind of half eyeing the official stream right now. Trying to work out what's going on. Arseny somehow escaping out of there. Wants a little bit more health. He's going to get it in the form of a Mega, but does get railed for the privilege. Finds one onto Rel. So Rel now not in the position to even poke his head around. Proximo versus Firebot is going off. I'm not sure on what server though. We're going to leave this game. Proximo versus Firebot is coming up. Okay, so Proximo with a good early stack advantage. Firebot looks to be fairly safe, fairly happy. Definitely wouldn't mind a bit more health, but Proximo fully stacked. Good rocket from Firebot. Takes very little damage coming out of there. The yellow's up. You've got to be careful when you take it. Now Firebot will be happy to take a fight. Though he'd like to start it with a good shot and get the first shot in. Proximo stacking back up with the red. Firebot could take these fights. He's not going to want to now. Gets railed a second time. Mega's up. Where is Proximo? Proximo wants the kill right now. Does not care about taking the items, taking the Mega. Wants the kill, but 2 rails is going to go down. And Firebot's going to find the frag and get knocked back by Proximo. Proximo's aggressive pushing, Firebot just holding down at the bottom of the map. Looking up and railing very consistently. And it takes the frag. Proximo, not a lot he can do about it. Very nice damage being dealt from Firebot. If we can find a good solid rocket, that'll really help his chances. Proximo going to get in, get the red. Firebot dodging out of there to grab the yellow. I'd expect Proximo to take this mega any second now. Does. And now Firebot is just a little bit on the back foot. Needs some good damage from at range. Needs to deal some damage without trading it out. But certainly not in a bad position. Proximo doesn't need to push right now. Knows that the stack advantage is enough for a little bit. And he's got Firebot on the back foot. Firebot's not really wanting to push. He does now have better stack than Proximo. Proximo's going to force this fight. 2 rockets goes down and Proximo taken out by a well-timed final rocket. But with the stack that Firebot's got, he's looking very low. The mega is up. All items up. Firebot going to get the mega on the back of the frag and should be able to take this frag and get the red, but Proximo gets a kill somehow, survives on 12 HP, takes the red. I'm not quite sure how Firebot went down in that last. He looked so well stacked. Great LG there from Proximo. Firebot just can't do enough damage in a short enough amount of time. A little bit of time before any items come up. Firebot's going to grab the green. Red now for Proximo. Gets the frag with only 4 health remaining. The last 3 kills, every kill that Proximo's got has been Firebot only just missing the frag. It's been so close. But they're all tied up now. Neither of them wants to push in. Firebot well stacked. Proximo's got a lot of armor, but it might not be enough. If Firebot can get the next yellow, he'll be happy with that. Takes a fair bit of damage from that rail though.
5-minute warning.
We are halfway through this game and it is looking oh so even. A lot of LG damage there from Proximo. Really scares Firebot off. He'll want to capitalise on this if he can. Firebot's not going to be around to challenge for the mega. Misses the rail, the one chance he got. And Proximo takes the lead. Full control of the map now for Proximo. But is he happy with just 1 frag? Doesn't look like he's going to really push in here. Capitalise on that. Make it 2 difference. And he's going to keep a crushing control over the map. But Firebot lands more rails. 3 rails on Firebot. Proximo gets 2 and gets the hell out of dodge. Doesn't want to attack this red. Just in case Firebot's there. Now should be fairly safely stacked. Happy to let things go a little bit, but not far enough into the game yet that you can start to play passively. And not enough of a lead particularly either on this map. The red will help a lot. Firebot wants to push in and do some damage from afar. Gonna get a pin with that LG. And a great prediction from Proximo in the direction Firebot was going. Gets the rocket landing down on him. Red comes up. Firebot's going to take it, but takes a lot of damage. Very nice from Proximo, just the no moving method of dodging. Good rail. That wipes out the advantage from the mega there. And that does even worse. Firebot cannot keep engaging right now. Can't try and defend this red at all. And just scarpers elsewhere. Proximo's going to try and defend this yellow. Firebot not even going to try it. Won't even let him have a green. You might as well not in this game. It's hard to come back from that. Mega to Firebot's not going to do him too badly, but he would like at least a yellow on top of the stack that he's already got before they go into the next fight. At the minute, Proximo is better stacked and has all the weapons. Firebot does some good damage, evens up the stacks to the start of this fight, but with not enough armour, can't keep the fight going for very long. Health keeps you alive for longer, but armour gives you the sustain. As soon as that armour's gone, it's gone. As you can see there, Firebot able to stay alive a lot longer when that red came around. But just too much damage dealt in between. Firebot, absolutely brilliant strategy to go up there, but does not play off for him. He should be able to get away from here. Proximo not able to land the shots, not wanting to chase because he is quite low after those two very close fights. Unfortunately, Firebot, without really the resource of frags to trade, and Proximo just going to capitalise. Those first three frags, I was about to say those first three frags might be all Firebot's going to get, but with 1 minute remaining, he's got 4 frags to find. Proximo probably just going to play passively from this point in. Not going to really care about going for any of the items at all. There's no need for him to go for them. He could turn up for them though, as he does here. 1 rail more needed. There's not really enough time for Firebot to be having these little back and forths, but there you go. Proximo lands 2 good rockets. It's enough to see Firebot off, and he lands that rail to finish the job.
Impressive.
Great LG tracking all the way down. That's going to be it. Proximo's going to take map number 1 here in this winner bracket. 10-4 on Cure. And the map scores a 1-0. Very, very nice between those two. Right.
Vote now. Vote pass.
Watch the Arseny Rel game. That one did indeed end with Arseny winning. And now on to Bloodrun, a map I've really not seen that much of. I'd like to see the stats on this. On the number of maps played.
Prepare to fight.
Here we go then.
3, 2,
Map number 2
1.
on Bloodrun.
Fight.
Starting off with Proximo, who does have a 1-map lead. Decent shooting there. Firebot takes very little damage from the machine gun, but a couple of decent chips at the ankles with the rockets. Going to keep Proximo honest. Red coming up soon. Firebot just waiting till he goes over to it. Firebot down at the bottom actually. Misread that one. Mega health taken. Proximo probably the one that wants to get frags on the board earlier. Firebot looks like he'd be fine with just waiting a little bit longer, but the fight's going to be brought in. Firebot super low. The LG coming out, and a very nice rocket there from Proximo. Going to take Firebot out. Going to get the red. Mega coming up shortly. Proximo's just going to try and hold it down, not take too much damage in this bit, but the Mega doesn't come up in time, and Firebot ties for the lead and takes a little bit of stack advantage out of the Mega as well. No items up. Proximo has to get Firebot down. Both players go down. Firebot blowing up the rocket. Does them both a death. Resets everything, but Proximo gets the better spawn and is able to take a yellow. Firebot very well stacked now though. Good rail on the dropping. Proximo finds the LG that he needs. Should be able to get this frag. It's so close. Takes the rail out. Will Proximo poke his head out? Shotgun doesn't manage to land the rail. Proximo's got good enough armor to take this next fight though. Wouldn't be fancying winning it, but certainly would fancy surviving it. But Proximo not fast enough to get away. Takes a big rail. And now Firebot's taking control of this map. Piece by piece. No items up for a little bit. Proximo not great on stack. Firebot probably going to want to push in, but Proximo's got the better positioning. Raining down those rails. And they've whittled away enough time that the items are back up. Red coming soon. Wouldn't be surprised if Proximo takes it, and he does. And Firebot hasn't been able to convert this advantage of stack into frags, and he's let Proximo get away and stack up. This next fight won't be the be all and end all, but both players can certainly take a great advantage from taking this next fight. Lovely rocket jump up there from Firebot, but he's not going to be enough, and Proximo's going to get the LG onto him. Both players going very low, and Firebot dodging more and manages to take the victory in that second. He doesn't want to take this fight. Gonna back out. There's no need. Got the extra health. It's only a yellow. No rockets. Finds a couple. Wants to punish that red, but isn't able to punish it as much as he would have wanted. Does get a little bit. Says he knows where he is. A beautiful direct rocket, and he pushes in. Takes the Mega. 4 frags to 1. A good advantage to Firebot. A little bit of damage dealt. Just jiggling with this rail. The red's up just around this corner. Proximo wants it, but doesn't have the stack to be able to take it. Both major items up very close together. If Proximo plays his cards right, he'll be able to take this red. Firebot wants to try and punish it. Proximo knows he can't go for it. And Firebot's going to be able to grab it. But takes 2 rails. And that is going to push him out of the fight a little bit. But he knows he's got the score advantage. He doesn't need to take every fight. Proximo needs as many fights as possible. Proximo needs needs this next fight really, I would say. If he doesn't get away with, at the very least, a very low Firebot after this next fight, then Proximo is going to struggle to get back into this game. Firebot has complete control of the map. Landing some great shots here. Proximo sitting super low. Firebot just holding round Once this red drops down, takes the teleporter way up. And he's now just going to clear out the map as much as he can. The Mega's in a fairly vulnerable position, but it's okay as long as you know where your opponent's coming from. But if you don't know which way to look and to defend from, you're going to struggle. No need to push in there. Proximo's going to take the red. Just stand there and LG from Firebot. Use the massive stack advantage and then try and get the spawn frag. Lands a couple of good shots, but Proximo's managed to survive that a lot longer than I think Firebot thought that he would off the back of that spawn. Nice rail. Won't be able to connect a second. But does take the mega health into this next fight. Takes Proximo down. Needs to take that red before Proximo can duck in there from wherever he spawned, but Proximo not going for it. Decent little bit of damage coming out from Proximo on each of these fights, but Firebot's just able to stack up in between each run much more, and he's been dealing a lot more damage. That just standing there and shooting just proves Firebot knows that he's got the better stack. Not a huge amount of difference in damage, but just look at those pickup differences. 12 megas to 1. And that one was stolen. Neither player can land the finishing blow. Proximo right now struggling with his arsenal in the fights that he does manage to get into. If Proximo loses this, it'd be incredible. He does manage to take Firebot down. Firebot will return the favour to a low frag. And the forfeit comes out. Firebot decimating there on Blood Run. And next, where do we head? Where do we head? We head to... oh, we've already had Cure. Oh, no, I'm misreading it. Yep. So, oh, they've won each other's map picks. Or did they? No, Firebot won... Hey? Did Firebot... I thought Proximo won map 1. What's going on? I was under the impression that Proximo won map 1 and that we will now be going over to Lost World. I'm going to quickly just go for a break. Okay, not sure what's going on. No reported maps, but yes, so he's confirmed that we do need a third map. Players both still on the server. We'll take a look. Nothing has changed since the last time we were over here watching the bracket though. So we will get whoever is the loser of this game will go and play Arseny in the lower bracket final. And then the winner of that comes back up for the grand final. Simple as that. hopefully we can get back into this fairly shortly. Mostly because the cycling is currently on an ad break. So, yeah. I also know that if I run downstairs to make a drink, it'll start. Proximo is back on the server, so we are going to get going. The votes come out. Let's head back over into the game.
Vote
There's
passed.
not a lot to be seen more, but hey ho, at least something's moving.
Awesome.
Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome. Red Leicester. Red Leicester is the best kind of cheese. Who do I think will win this season? I have actually not looked at the people particularly hard who are in. Let's have a look. I also haven't seen much Quake Live since it stopped, since Quake Champions came out. I haven't particularly kept up since with like core Quake since like 2020 really either. So we've got the top 8 from last season: Cypher, Agent, Pavel, Ash, Swex, Fog, Sparty, Backstein. Then we're getting invites of Razy, Kilson, Dazator, Neutrino, Helldown, and whoever wins today. One more invite and 2 more qualifications. Agent's been looking very good in the games that I've seen him streaming. Haven't seen really much of anyone else. Seen a couple of games of Backstein. Warm-up games for this tournament. He was playing against people. Backstein's looking pretty good. Swex, I watched the stream of him getting in. He looked fairly convincing, but both players that he had to play against to win that were playing the continuation tournament. One of them being held down, who ended up getting through.
Prepare
Cypher
to
seems
fight.
good. Rafa can't play it. Rafa I was watching Rafa's stream and he said he's away for too much of the tournament, too many of the weeks, which is a problem with having a consistent tournament, you know? Yeah, and because he's got the whole being a professional for Liquid and the other stuff that he does, I think it might be difficult for him to commit to the entire season. It'd be nice to see Rafa turn up for one of the weeklies when they go back to being the regular weekly ones. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream those, but I'll definitely try and catch them. I've been enjoying casting Quake Live. This is is a great game to cast and much less of a great game to play. Just me enjoying playing it. I prefer CPM. It's mostly just the movement, really. Yeah, there's not been any other English commentary. There's been a couple of people doing them, but we'll give it a go. Traditional slow start to Lost World. I was slightly worried when the first fight came in quite quickly that we might be getting a fight before I was ready to talk about the actual game, but you know. It calmed down after. Proximo fully stacked, Firebot full armour, but just needs that mega. Proximo laying down a decent attack. Just keeping Firebot from really getting out of this side of the map. Which is going to make it tricky for him to take any of the major items. Does have both of the yellows available to him, but doesn't have the red or the mega. I don't know if I've taken any of them. Yeah, one red for Firebot, which would be the one off spawn. Decent chip damage from afar from Firebot. Doesn't do anything when Proximo is able to pick up all of these items. He's got the red and the mega yet again. Proximo, bit of an inopportune moment to jump up there. Firebot does capitalise, gets a good amount of LG on a floating Proximo. I don't think Firebot knows the timings on the red then. Yeah, he's just checking. Is that mega up? He doesn't know. And he could from this. Mega health taken. He's going to lose both of the major items anyway. Beautiful rocket jump there. Tries to stay alive. But the lava, she takes no prisoners. Hopefully Firebot can get one kill later on in this game and make sure not finishing on negative numbers. It's going to be really tricky for Firebot to stack up now, having lost that frag. Before he was able to just kind of own this corner, but Proximo now going to be pushing in, knowing that he doesn't have the stack, and Proximo will want to take all of the items. Decent drop down. Firebot going to be holding for the exit, I think. Yeah. Fully stacked for Proximo. Doesn't need any more. He needs to try and make some frags happen. Falls back to the items very quickly. Definitely isn't pushing as hard as you'd think someone in this lead would be. But certainly respects Firebot's aim. You don't want to push into someone with a rocket launcher. They can do terrible damage with it. Firebot gets the mega. First time in this game, I think. A good trick of LG. Will push him low. Doesn't take him out of it. But again, Proximo just using this spam to hold Firebot into places and limit the amount of options Firebot has. A while until the next major items. Hopefully Firebot will know when the mega is. He's not going to attack it, at the very least. Proximo again fully stacked. Will he decide to make any sort of frag this time? He doesn't need to. Certainly doesn't need to. As long as he can maintain this, he'll be fine. And at any point that he loses this lead, this extra stack, he can just as easily fall back, make the frag, play a little bit more aggressive. But I wouldn't expect him to lose it all at once. The Mega has gone to Firebot, who's going to take 2 big chunks of damage. Proximo doesn't want to continue being in that fight. Manages to find the frag with the LG. Very low though. If Proximo takes any sort of damage here, does get the red, keeps himself safe. Cheers to Firebot for that little LG tickle that's going to push Proximo towards the yellow. One big shot there from Proximo keeps Firebot at bay. He has stacked up a lot more, but he's going to need to push fast to be able to make these frags. 2 minutes, 2 frags. It's possible. Proximo might be sweating potentially. Just got to keep it out your mind that you made any mistakes before and that that was the right thing to do. Because Firebot's got to chase. And it's going to be a difficult chase to make. Minute and 40 still left, so it's not the hardest chase to make, and it's worth Firebot stacking up like this. Now he's going to want a bit more rockets. Going to go with the LG, and Proximo pulls back. Good damage there from Proximo with the plasma. He's forcing Firebot to take items. But he's not going to be there. He's going to play passive. 2 frags. Risky move to play passive, but I can certainly understand it on this map, where you have to go out of your way to get items. Firebot is not pushing in here. $40 seconds left on the clock. Firebot's going to have to play this very aggressively now. Needs to just push in and make a frag. And understand. Oh no, the LG runs out of ammo. And he's going to take a lot of damage from that. He's going to drop down. Has he seen the time? Does he know how little time is left on the clock? He's playing so slowly. Proximo's managed to stack back up. Firebot's going to take more ammo. But this one's going to go to Proximo. 10 seconds left on the clock. There's no way you'll get the 2 frags in that time. Firebot just too little too late. Proximo plays passively perfectly for the last 2 minutes. And there it is. Proximo wins. And will advance to the grand finals. And there we go. So Proximo into the grand finals, into the best of 5. Firebot's going to drop down to play Arsony. Has Firebot played Arsony before? No. So at least we get another one. Arsony has played Proximo very early in this game. So yeah. Yeah, 1 player going through from each qualifying because they've got the 4 invites. So while they sort out picks and bans for that, so we need a lower bracket game. I'm going to pop off and quickly pick up a drink.
So how do we end up here? Could have sworn we said forever. Hopelessly I keep on losing myself. With the flames getting higher, all of the problems that I couldn't help. Oh, I'm building a bonfire. Hopelessly I keep on losing myself. With the flames getting higher, all of the problems that I couldn't help.
Yeah, this season is rough for qualifying. You got 8 from previous season, 4 invites and 4 qualifiers. And just, yeah, with that, not a lot of space left. Let's scroll this down. Down, and there we go. Yeah, 10,000 is crazy for Quake Live. That's like real tournament. And if they can keep this up, that's when I mean, it's going to be difficult because it's Quake Live. That's the thing. Because it's Quake Live, it's a dead game. You know, not from a player-based perspective, but from a developer support and anything like that. So there's going to be very few people who want to sponsor a player for it. It's going to be tricky to convince external sponsors and players because it's not quite enough to do tournaments and like be semi-professional with just Quake. And Quake's too hard of a game to come over from somewhere else. Like, you're not gonna get a pro, I don't know, Overwatch player who just comes over and plays for a couple of days and picks it up well enough to be competitive. Because he's just too old. It's too well played. Yeah, for not enough money in it. So it's a crazy amount of money, but there's no need, but there's not the viewership and stuff, and it's going to be difficult to convince people to sponsor for that, which is because that's what killed 1.6 back in the day when CSGO came out, was that why would, like, the tournaments were there, the viewers were there, but the sponsors were going, why would we sponsor you for 1.6? Why wouldn't we go and sponsor a CSGO team? If they'd made... Nah, Quake the multiplayer mode for Doom wouldn't quite work because the weapons are different, and then you'd have just a weird system. I think, so my hot take is stop playing Quake Live. The game is dead and unsupportable. I'm not saying play Quake Champions though. Take any of the Quake 3 clone type things, open arena, maybe Quake 3, but Quake 3's not the greatest because everyone's pirating it and they might get annoyed if you're pushing big. No, don't go to Quake. Do not go to Quake Champions. Quake Champions isn't the answer. But I just mean, if you're gonna play a Quake 3, Quake Live is probably not the one. There's not enough control that the community has. Pick any Quake 3 clone and put the effort that people have put into making Quake Live work with mods and stuff and the extra servers they're running for this. And you can definitely make Open Arena or I mean, hell, even Quake 3, but yeah, I don't think Quake 3's quite gonna work because I do think Microsoft might get a little bit annoyed if there's people blatantly pirating it and then playing money matches. Like, they're not gonna go after the little communities that are handing around zip folders, but they would if there was a proper tournament. I highly doubt there'll be another Quake 3 remaster because Quake Live already exists. The only possible... Yeah, because the problem is Quake... There's no reason to make a Quake 3 remaster unless you're really going to go in on it's an esport. Because Quake... I've got no idea what the project will be. Genuinely no idea what their project will be, but I can't imagine them pushing a Quake 3 unless they want to replace Quake Champions with it, because they didn't really do too much for Quake 1 and 2 multiplayer is all I'm thinking. Like, those games were basic multiplayer games rather than really pushed, and Quake 3, no one's going to play it if it was a remake with basic nothings, you know? Oh yeah, I'm not a massive fan of Quake Champions and the way that it was handled, but I think that kind of not working is more towards the whole game publisher and everything. I don't think another game's going to fix that, you know? I don't think even if they did make Quake Live 2.0 or a Quake 3 remaster or anything like that, I don't think that it would fix it, because it would just still be... Yeah, it'd just still be mismanaged, and... I think it would be quite funny if they did a Quake 4 remaster and just skipped Quake 3. And everyone was like, oh, so we got Quake Live, right? If they've still got it, a massive update to Quake... a massive update to Quake Live, if they've still got the ability to do it, would definitely work. But it's been nearly 10 years since a real update to Quake Live was pushed. So I don't know if they will. I doubt they will. I don't know if they've even got the source code and everything. Because Quake Live's engine just doesn't stack up to like the Quake 3 engines that people have made now. Things have got lost at companies before that shouldn't have got lost. See every time pirated copy gets sent out as the official re-release. Anyway, we go into the game. Firebot versus Arsony, best of 3 in the lower bracket finals. We're on Dismemberment, then Cure, then Furious Heights, and I forgot to drink before we started this. Haven't watched too much of Firebot except for that last game. Actually, that is the only game of Firebots I've watched. It's that last best of 3. Arsony, however, plays around a good set of aim. Goes for the items, but definitely isn't afraid of taking a fight instead of going for the items and then falling back. Firebot's got a good set of weapons on him as well, though. Nice rail from Arsony. Finds the second, but doesn't quite find the frag, but the third one in a row is going to take the frag. Puts Arsony 1-0 up. It'd be interesting to see how Firebot plays this. There is the opportunity to just push in, and it's not going to work. I was going to say, there's an interesting opportunity to push in and take the Mega, but you could also play it much more defensively. But the pushing in, not going to be the correct move. Firebot goes down again. Good rockets with Arsony. And he's able to get these connections at the right time, stopping the movement of Firebot, which really hasn't helped him on the last couple. Missing that Mega. He might have had a chance if he'd still got across to the Mega platform and taken it. Arsony very well stacked now. Not afraid of any sort of backline shooting. And I'd expect Arsony to not really worry about making frags for the next little bit. He's going to let Firebot come to him. As long as he's still stacked up, there's no need to get more than 4 frags. And Firebot at some point is going to have to come and challenge for one of these items, which is where Arsony can either make the frag in that moment or get the opponent low enough to go chase elsewhere. Good damage from Firebot. Needs to find more than that though. Arsony's just going to charge straight back up. But no real damage dealt in return from Arsony, so Firebot will be feeling pretty decent, and Arsony's going to get quite low at this point. I mean, it's 100 health, but Firebot's just taken the red. And the Mega's not up for a little while. Arsony just hovering this Mega. Not going to be able to connect with Firebot. Gets one on the exit. Finds the second. The Firebot does return fire. And now the turns have tabled. Arsony very much on the back foot here. But can Firebot actually capitalise? He'll know that there's no point pushing into Arsony. The aim's too good. There's no way you're going to be able to take it. But Arsony going to drop down, try and make an aggressive play. But also exit. The red's going to be up at the same time as the Mega. Firebot knows that and knows that he's got the red control just by holding that side of the map. Punishes Arsony for getting away and picking up the Mega. And Arsony now back to where he was a minute ago. Hasn't gone down yet, but he's not looking too strong right now.
5 minutes.
In that same place for 30 seconds to pick up both the yellows as they respawn. And it's good damage coming out round the corner. Keeps Firebot honest. Grenade lands. Firebot is well stacked. Arsony's not too bad. Waits on it. Arsony clearly still has the control of the timings. It's not going to be enough though. One shot on the Mega is not going to be enough. Especially with Firebot being able to take enough armour. Both of them are going to connect. Arsony's going to force Firebot back into the corner and he's going to just connect with more rockets. I don't think Firebot wanted to take that fight. Arsony was perfectly happy to if that's what it came to. And he's going to get back control of this map. Good LG. Firebot stacks back up though. It's a good yellow take from Firebot. Doesn't take much damage in that. One LG's not, one rail's not going to be what he wanted. Arsony's pushing. One of Arsony's good plays is faking an aggression. So he just pushed in there and then falls straight back to go get the item. But he definitely knows Firebot's very low right now. So he knows he can try and do the damage. Firebot's going to want to... I'm going to wish that Mega was coming up sooner. And now Arsony, I think just trying to play around with some sounds. See if he can fake rocket, fake jump around. Gets right on top of that Mega. Doesn't really want to take the fights. He's not trying to chase down Firebot right now. I don't think he sees the point. Firebot's not trying to defend any of these items that Arsony's going for either. So it's kind of free reign, but Firebot's got his side of the court. Keeps getting those yellows, which with 0 damage coming out from either side, Firebot's getting decently well stacked. It's just the health that's really an issue, and he might be able to take this Mega now. Firebot in the lead of stack. With one rail, he's going to put himself in a very good position. Knows where Arsony is. Has the high ground. Arsony trying to regain the high ground. Firebot has to chase though. So does lose the high ground in that moment. 2 more shards. Arsony does not want to fight Firebot at all right now. Wants to keep him on the edge. He doesn't still need the achievement for a flawless game or something, does he? Ooh, big rocket connects there from Firebot. That could be the opener that he needs. But at this point, with 1 minute left, we are absolutely playing for morale going into the next map. Firebot will want 1 kill. 1 kill and a retake of an item would be pretty good for Firebot right now. He's had decent take of the Megas. Nothing on the reds. But he just simply hasn't been able to put out the damage. Gets a good kill though. Very nice on the LG. Arsony slow respawning on purpose there. Doesn't want Firebot to be able to get a couple of good kills in and really retake. And I think Arsony will possibly just play to nothing. Yeah, just gonna float around the back, run away. And a frag like that doesn't feel quite so good as a proper fighting frag. 5-2 though. So not completely out of it, but it did take a long time for Firebot to even get anything there. And next up, we go to Cure.
Vote now.
10k to go in the Tour de France.
Vote passed.
They still haven't caught the breakaway. There's no way that's 30 seconds.
Prepare to fight.
It's literally 500 meters.
3, 2, 1. Fight.
Starting off on RC then. With the red Firebot's got the mega. And now it's just a case of stacking up the weaponry. Quick check, has Firebot got yellow yet? Always worth knowing. And now you know your opponent's stack. It's got a yellow, and a mega, and maybe some shards. Red going to Firebot though, Arseny not even trying to contest that one. Very interesting. Puts Arseny on a back foot quite quickly into this. This is Firebot's pick now though. Pushes in aggressively, takes 2 big rockets, but does manage to get Arseny down. Going to take the red and be ready for the next fight. That's a nice little cycle of the armors. Red, yellow, green, all taken by Firebot. And he's ready for the mega. Going to be there early. That's fine. Just slowing it down. Arseny with not much to his name. Because Firebot has completely controlled it all. And I think he's going to want to try and do that again. And get background and take this green as well. Oh, Arseny did not see that one coming. Thank you for the follow. Just looking the wrong way. Expecting Firebot to be coming round and playing the lower. Beautiful direct rocket. Finds a second. And Firebot's going to want to stamp his authority on this. If he can find the next frag fairly quickly before the next major items come up, then for sure Arseny will be massively behind. Both come up at the same time. Both connect a rail. Arseny's going to get that red. Firebot thinks about leaving but decides against it. He's going to try and push. Grabs the green as well. He wants to control this map completely right now, does Firebot. Grabbing that yellow and pushing into Arseny. Red's up. Arseny's not going to try and contest it. But he is going to get the mega without much of a fight. And then get away fairly well. Good predictive rocket there from Firebot. Absolutely massive stack. Could do with some more rails. And again, Arseny looking the wrong way. Both of these players have played a lot of games. And Arseny's played a lot of games in a row. There's definitely some tiredness coming in. Because, yeah, you'd have thought he'd hear him. The first time, you could understand it. He didn't make too much noise, but this time Firebot was just flying in, not a care in the world for making too much noise. Last time it was just footsteps. You can understand not hearing that. But Firebot keeping it completely stacked up, floating around the map, uses the teleporter absolutely beautifully, but can't quite find the final shot to finish Arseny off, who does go off to grab that yellow. Mega's up. Is Arseny in a position to take it? I don't think Arseny would have wanted that Mega. It's too open, and although Firebot wasn't in that position, you just assume that he must be there with a rail, and Arseny in a railable position. Yeah, you're not going to go for that. Firebot makes it 3. It's not a huge score advantage, but he's just had such crushing control over this map that you've never felt like Arseny has any chance to get back in.
5-minute warning.
It's always really interesting to me watching different players, how they play the map, because you do get some players who will take control and they'll... Oh! He was actually hidden! Firebot didn't think Arseny was hidden. But now Arseny has a little bit of control. I don't think he's got complete control of the map, but that one frag definitely isn't going to be harmful. Mega absolutely nowhere near coming up. So Arseny got a little bit of timing wrong. I don't think he knows when the Mega is, actually. Good drop down from Arseny, and now has control of the map. Definitely knows when all the items are. Firebot just swung from being in the lead to being completely out of control. But he does still have knowledge of when the items are, at least. Whereas before, Arseny didn't have anything. This could be a close one. There's enough time for Shaw to come back. Because Firebot doesn't take the chances, tries to just maintain control, rather than taking chances to make frags. Firebot doesn't have much of a buffer. You'd have expected with 5 minutes of control that you'd have more than 3 frags, but sometimes that's just not how it goes. A beautiful 360 rail from Arseny to find the second. Impressive. And he's going to push in on Firebot. This is where Arseny can take a lead. This is what you'd expect Firebot to try and do earlier in the game when he had control. Arseny does this. When Arseny's got control, he will almost always try and make a push and try to get some frags on the board, especially if he gets a good opener, like one rail or a rocket. Backs out there. Had the opener with the rail, but loses it with the rocket and backs out and goes to take the Mega. There's always a secondary plan to Arseny's play. He ties it up with 2 minutes left on the clock and control of the map. Great LG there. And Arseny comes out of it with that red. Massive advantage here. Firebot just has to get this, but he's been out of control for so long. And even when he was in control, he didn't quite have the ability to get frags on Arseny. So I'd expect for sure Arseny to take this and extend a lead with these next items. There's a while between the next major items, so both players will just kind of put that to the back of their minds and they'll play in the moment. Great rail. Can he find the second and finish Firebot off? Firebot doesn't want to push in. He knows that only one frag. Both players railable right now.
1 minute warning.
Firebot knows only one frag in it. Oh, I wish the Tour de France could have slowed down ever so slightly, because I thought this game was going to finish before they do, but they've got 700 meters left. This is a really intense game, and I'm just going to kind of ignore it for the Tour de France. Rockets rain down onto Arseny. Can Firebot manage to find this frag? Arseny super low coming in. But he's managed to duck away. He's playing defensively rather than passively here. He's still taking the items. He's forcing Firebot to come to him. And I think he's going to get away with this unless Arseny can manage to get one. Oh wow, that was an incredible win from Philipson there. Sorry if anyone's been spoiled the Tour de France. 3 seconds left. Arseny should be able to hide this, except for stray rockets. And there it is, GG's. Arseny takes it 2-0, but Firebot pushed that one right to the line. Incredible play from Arseny to bring the to bring that back. The amount of control that Firebot had at the start of that game. I mean, look at those item listings. Incredible. Incredible. Incroyable. Massive, like full bike length in the Tour de France sprint. That's a big one. I've got a Discord notification. I'm trying to get rid of it. There it is. Here we go then. Arseny bans Blood Run. We're now in the grand finals. Let's move it up. Move it up. There we go. So best of 5 grand finals here. Arseny bans Blood Run. Proximo has not been the fastest to respond, even when he's only just finished a game, so I can't imagine that the response will come through too quickly. So Proximo second last Sunday, Arseny fourth last Sunday, and third last Saturday. So both of these have prior being up there. It's a brutal qualifier. I mean, looking at all these players, it's definitely a brutal qualifier because you've got Cherepov, who nearly made it against Nitrino in the first qualifier. Held down Proximo last week. So you'd say, like Proximo would be able to go through, but Arseny could make this. Yeah, it's brutal only having one qualifying spot each week and only 4 spots to qualify in. Okay, we have been given a server. I'm just testing Xenotic pickup bot is about to be ready. I am extremely excited. Oh, that's interesting and not great. Xenotic pickups are making a comeback, baby. We'll get some Xenotic tournaments, so if you like fast Quake Live, you will probably really like Xenotic. If you like Unreal Tournament and Quake Live, you'll probably really like Xenotic. Just to do an advert in the middle of someone else's tournament. But hey, I've got to. We're gonna get it back. I might even play some duels this evening. No, I have other things to do this evening. What have we got? We've got Hectic, Sinister, Lost World, Cure, and Battle Forged. No one wants to play Blood Run. And just for that, if I play some Zondals tonight, I'm going to play Blood Run. Quick server swap. Don't you dare be playing on the impossible servers. I need to get those need to get the VPNs connected, because there was a game played on one of the VPN servers earlier and it was quite a good one. So I just had to go and surf, and the worst part was there was no games going on. Nope, balls. Keep running over my cable. I don't know what goes on. Every once in a while something happens and the cable is really easy to run over. Oh, more server swapping. I'd say the words, but I'm not gonna, because I don't know how many. 24 we're probably alright. Oh, come on, get out of the way. I think I need to clip it. I wonder how bad it'd be if I clipped it to my leg of my table, because it kind of comes up the leg of the table anyway. Me getting longer? Yeah, sure. Oh shit, I'm not going to screen up. Hold on. There we go. Arseny versus Proximo, grand finals of the 250 FPS qualifier. Whoever wins this qualifies. Arseny is 1 map down at the minute. Hey, the map scores are correct anyway. That's quite lucky. Yeah, Proximo gains a map by coming from the upper bracket, and we are starting off on Hectic, picked by Arseny. Nice use of the shotgun there. Good shots coming out. Proximo very low, goes down. Arseny makes it 2. Finds the spawn frag. Hectic. Very bad for those. But it's a nice bit of machine gun usage and denies the red. They get on up for a little bit. There's a chance at a yellow here. Arseny finding the rail absolutely beautifully coming in there. Always scary when you see someone switching weapons in midair and then you see the rail and the ragdoll. Nice rocket there. Arseny bringing it back. Rocket jumps up. Beautiful direct rocket onto Proximo. Direct rockets like those are why they added the extra 25 health to you when you spawn. Very low. Doesn't expect Arseny to come through that teleporter. Does land a very nice rail. Lands the second. Arseny 1 shot away from killing Proximo. Goes down and runs out of ammo. Proximo puts Arseny on 2 HP as well though. Arseny just swapping between weapons constantly. Doesn't know what's going to come up. Beautiful rail there from Proximo. Both of these players playing this map incredibly quickly. Proximo would want probably to slow down a little bit, play a little bit slower, a little bit more tactically, but at the minute it's just grab whatever you can, whatever's up, and go fight. And there's no way to slow it down. Second row doesn't land. Proximo super low, but Arseny could be taken down. The LG finishing off Proximo. Some great rocketry there, bouncing Proximo all around and taking a heavy lead early in this map. Arseny really stamping it on right now. This is good. We've seen in the last couple of tournaments that winning the first map when you're down is very important. When you come from the lower bracket and you're already 1 map down, winning the first actual map is very important. You win this and effectively just call it a best of 3. First, Arseny's got to finish this out. And Proximo isn't going to make that easy. Finds him with the shotgun. Good predictive rocket up to that teleporter. Arseny's been landing some great predictions with the rockets, getting the timings absolutely spot on in opponents. $12 frags to 4. It looks like a huge scoreline because we've seen so many slow games going on lately, but it's not that bad. But the forfeit comes out. Proximo gonna give a forfeit and tie things up 1-1. Confusingly after the first game played, but hey, well, it's understandable. Very well played from Arseny. I think the forfeit there was probably smart from Proximo. You don't want to get too tilted. We've seen it in the last couple that winning that first match really, really helps when you're down, because otherwise you've got to reverse sweep. You're really on the back foot So, yeah.
Prepare to fight.
Here we go. Sinister, Proximo's pick. We've seen him play it absolutely fantastically in large parts of this tournament. But we've also seen Arseny play it very well. And I think they have two completely separate playstyles on this map, which is going to be very interesting to see between them. Arseny taking a much more aggressive playstyle. You can see he's hunting Proximo right now. Proximo will just be hiding somewhere. Yeah, there you go. Hiding out at red because that's the next one. Proximo always gets to the items way early. Not always to take them as soon as they turn up, but he's always there. And then if you're going to come and try and deal damage, he'll be in position to deal damage back. Arseny super low. Proximo going to get the first frag with the LG. Both players just waiting. We can see Proximo's slower gameplay style through there, and Arseny still wants to try and take some fights and deal some damage. Proximo's not even too fussed about getting into a position that lets him deal damage on this map. Arseny at the very least would want to be, but Proximo will take the opportunity if it comes, you know. Spot a green thing on the stairs through that wall, we'll take a shot. Such a long rail line, that one. But here, like, turning up 10 seconds to this room, completely securing the room. Playing these reds more like a Counter-Strike bomb site than a Quake item. Only one frag, but Proximo just seems so comfortable having very few frags above. It's a risky play. Like we saw on Firebot's game versus Arseny. Arseny can pull the frags back and you kind of have to make the most of your advantage.
Impressive.
Makes a couple of lovely frags though. Or lovely shots rather, no frags. Great damage coming out from both players. Proximo goes very low. Arseny also railable, and Arseny manages to make the frag. But he's so low, a machine gun shot is going to take him down. He's hunting around for some items. No one's ever gone back for that 25 before. Arseny wants everything he can get. The Mega's not up for a couple of seconds. Red should be going to Proximo. Arseny's just going to hide out. Needs to know where Proximo's going to come from. You can see the panic in the movement. Where is Proximo? What stacks he got? Proximo takes one of the yellows. Arseny's got the other. One more major item to Arseny and Arseny will push in. You see, Proximo, he doesn't want to take it. He wants to bait Arseny in. Find out where Arseny's going to be coming from. He knows that the Mega is coming up soon. So he wants to try and bait Arseny, know where he's coming from, to then take that Mega for effectively free. And now Proximo completely in control. But we're going to see Arseny play more aggressive. Despite having the lower stack, Arseny is going to play more aggressive. Objectively, Arseny is losing here. Scoreboard tied. Stack difference. And Proximo's got a better control of the items. Good spam, but it doesn't quite connect. Great LG from Arseny. He's going to get so low. And Proximo just able to take that stack going in. And not having to worry about taking the item in the middle of it. And he's able to capitalise on that. Arseny pushing hard to try and get this frag. There's 5 minutes left. He doesn't need to push in yet.
5-minute warning.
But Proximo's going to try and get something done if he sees Arseny. Get some damage dealt. Arseny's so low out of that mega. Proximo just spamming off rails. Not too much ammo in that rail magazine, but if he can land any one of these, it's a frag. The speed of this game has changed so quickly. Both players going to be heading over to the yellows. Arseny doesn't want his. Oh, sorry. Proximo doesn't want his. Arseny will take it. But Proximo now fully stacked up. This is Proximo's pick, but Arseny has to win a Proximo pick. Because he's down one map. Oh, and Arseny caught off guard there. That's another one of Arseny just not hearing, but at least that time it was only someone walking. Yeah, unlucky on that one, looking the other way. Takes a lot of damage, and there's nothing you can do in that situation if you haven't got better stack. You know, Proximo, if that was the other way around, and Arseny had attacked Proximo like that with that stack, it would have probably been fine, because that first rocket would have just been eaten by excess stack. But Arseny was already behind, then goes way behind. A good rocket though, both going to trade a rocket out. Arseny looking super low. Proximo's just going to sit there. He knows Arseny has to come into his line of sight for Arseny to be able to do any damage. And now he's capitalising on the scoreboard. Smart move earlier in the game as it plays out. But it was definitely a risk to not push early in the game with the stack advantage that Proximo had. It's a risk that's paid off because he's maintained it, but we saw how it changed in Firebot versus Arseny, where Firebot didn't push the stack advantage, and when it flipped, Arseny did, and it flipped in time. Proximo's making every push to try and control this. It's incredible watching Proximo play fast like that. Amazing game. Yeah, Proximo. Which side is he on? I need to swap the number. Yeah, 1 to 2. There we go. And I will be back in a second.
Vote now. Vote passed.
Alright then. So, map number 3 in actual play. Proximo, 1 point away from qualifying. He's never been closer. 1 to 1 is the closest he got against Helldown last week, I think. No, he got 2. Yeah, no, as close as he got was 2 to 1. He lost the first, won the second. Lost the third.
Prepare to fight. Three, two,
Let's
one.
go.
Fight.
Arseny Proximo on Lost World. This is Arseny's pick, but after much more was gone.
First round.
Than the other two. This isn't. We're not in first picks now. We're in very much we're okay with this. Both players happy with these maps. We've seen both players, well, all of these maps, we've seen both players play incredibly well. So it's been interesting to see both games end in forfeit. Arseny absolutely demolishing. I mean, you don't even notice that he's got 2 frags. And he's found a third. Proximo won this map earlier. I can't remember who against. But by taking complete control of the map and forcing them into the corner. Only to collect the yellows. I think it was Fireball. But if Arseny is able to keep everything, not even give up the yellows, it's going to be hard for Proximo to come back into this one. Arseny wants to stamp down some frags, basically. He's realised that if he can get some frags out, then potentially Proximo can't bring it back. Now, definitely Proximo towards the end of that last game was proving that wrong. Beautiful rocket there, denying the red from Arseny. Using the rockets to get up and around. You can hear Proximo. Comes up behind him. Mega comes up. But Arseny's not really in a position to fight for it. Does a good bit of damage. Well played there for Arseny. Gets a direct rocket. Proximo super low. But Arseny's got nothing to combat it with. And Proximo now stacks back up to a reasonable fighting level. Arseny with that yellow will be up as well. But now Proximo's going to try and set everything. Both taking items at the same time. Arseny's missed that mega. Proximo's going to take it. Massive mistake there from Arseny. Rocket jumping just slightly too early. Will he let that get to his head? He should be okay. He might have lost control, but he does have enough. There's no need to panic yet. Proximo is consistently controlling the reds though. Letting the mega go a little bit is interesting. And Arseny not wanting to take it. I think that confusion last time. Oh, direct rocket onto Proximo. Proximo does a lot of damage. Arseny gets out of there. But he's done well out of that fight. Finds Proximo on the yellow. Good damage with the LG. Connects it quickly. I think the confusion on that mega might have done him badly. Arseny takes a lot more damage there. He was there faster with the LG, but Proximo was able to hold off before engaging. Get a better connection. Good amount of armor here from Arseny. Proximo takes a direct rocket round that corner. And now we see this lockdown. He's locked to the one side of the map. He can't get across to the mega side of the map very easily. This is what Firebot had to deal with. Proximo is perfectly happy for someone to have 200 armor and 100 health. Because if Proximo can have 200 armor and 200 health, then he's going to win. In this position, the mega is more important.
5-minute warning.
And Arsene needs to be careful. He just really doesn't know where Proximo is. Proximo's coming up behind. 5 minutes left. The only saving grace for Arsene right now is he is in the lead. He can continue doing this, and it's a difficult defense to attack, you know? But he has run out of rockets. And I'm not sure how many there are. On this side of the map, he goes to the middle for rockets. He's got LG. That'll be fine. Looks like there's only 5 around this side of the map. That's when you can tell somebody's really been paying attention and playing these. That's where the difference between map pool that you've played for weeks on end, practicing for this tournament, and then coming into it comes on. Knowing exactly where all the items are. Even 5 rockets. Good bit of damage dealt there by Arsene. Proximo's going to push in. Arsene doesn't want to play this game. Arsene doesn't want to fight. He doesn't have to. He's got 3 frags from the first minute and a half of this game. And now he can just play defensive. He knows he's got a slight advantage, but he can't get away with playing passively completely. He has done for quite a while. But he's done just enough damage in a lot of instances that it's worked out. Red's up, Proximo leaving it. Arsene probably has no idea when Red is right now. Great burn of LG, and Arsene's going to find the frag, find the red. And he should be able to take this mega. Beautiful shooting. But Proximo does make a very good move with that shotgun. And if that had gone the other way, it absolutely wouldn't have been a format. And now we have an effective best of 1. We are going to Battle Forged, I believe.
Vote now. Vote fast.
Yeah, incredible work. Playing Proximo at his own game, effectively. For a lot of that. So, wait, are we on Cure for the final one? Did I misread it? Oh, no. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yes, so we don't need Battleforge. Sorry, I've misread the thing. Because of the extra map given to Proximo from coming for the upper bracket, we don't need Battleforged, so we go to Cure. I just read the bottom of the list of maps. Never mind, we're on Cure. just a short break before we get into into this final round. Who do we reckon is going to take it then? What are the odds on? This is Proximo's pick, but we have seen Arseny play it fairly. I mean, yeah, come back in that Firebot game from completely out of control, and that's a similar sort of situation that I assume Proximo is going to try and play. I can't think of a game. I have terrible memory. I can't think of a game Proximo's played off the top of my head on this map. Let's have a quick head over to the bracket and just have a look where these two went from. So, there's my bracket because I can actually read it. Oh, never mind. We're getting into it. Here we go. Arseny versus Proximo.
3, 2,
We're rock off on Arseny. And Des has got a predictor in for Arseny. It is true, it's a small map. We have seen that style not work earlier. But Proximo can do the fragging. We've seen that before. He was just a bit late and Arseny played incredibly well on that last map. But we have seen that Proximo can push incredibly hard, and ow! Another instance of just looking the wrong way at the wrong time and getting absolutely murked by it.
2 rails, impressive.
Arseny gonna capitalise on this. Takes it really fast. It'll be interesting to think how these two players are feeling after that last game. Proximo might be kicking himself that they didn't push in early enough. But Arseny really hadn't played for 6 minutes. Because, yeah.
Impressive.
He was just waiting at the back. Nothing like this. Good drop down. Arseny not looking great for wear in this fight. Gets out of it. Finds a rail. That's going to be important for this red. Just means Proximo can't push super hard. He's going to get a lot of damage out. But he's going to struggle. And this game starts off very similar to the way we saw the last game. With a lot of frags going very quickly to Arseny, who takes a big rail. Proximo stuck in the back. Arseny with no armour now. But does manage to escape, and this yellow's coming straight up. Nice rail there from Proximo before the armour comes. I hope we don't see another game of Arseny just hiding around the back. I think, like Des said earlier, this map is too small to do that sort of hiding situation. And Arseny gets very, very low. Last time he was here, he does take a rail, but Proximo not able to get that one in this time. Arseny sees green and leaves. Good control spam coming out from Arseny, but he's had no look in on any of the items for the last minute. And Proximo's taken everything. Health outside of the Mega is a low resource on this map. There's quite a lot of bubbles. 5 bubbles. But outside of the Mega, there's not too much in 25s. Great rail from Arseny, but Proximo's going to make the frag. Predict the spawn. Few seconds until the next Mega is up. Proximo's going to want it. It's worth now playing around the Mega. Nice shot from Arseny. The trade blows a second time. Arseny's going to want to get some good damage from afar right now. Being railable is not a good position for him to be in, though, the way Proximo's been hitting the shots. Both major items up at the same time. So Proximo might choose... yeah, just chooses to play between the two and go to whichever one Arseny's gone to. Makes the frag without Arseny taking the item. Rocket jump. Beautiful. Up to Mega. Fully stacked. Ready to make this one count. He's not going to wait like he did in the last game. He's got advantage and he's going to make it matter right now. This map for a place in the finals. This is all just qualifying. This is effectively just a Sunday Cup. Great teleporter move through. Arseny defends it well though. And Proximo decides it's not worth it. Only one frag he's got to find to even things up. So he decides that complete control is far more worth it than trying to push for the frag. Because things can get turned around. 2 direct rockets will do that. And now he wants to play. He wants to know where Arseny's going to be. He hears him. And Arseny ties it up for himself with an accidental suicide with the rocket launcher. And now completely out of weapons to be able to defend at all or deal any damage onto Proximo. And Proximo's going to slow it a little bit now. It's possibly worth doing.
Lead taken.
Very nice. Takes the lead. Yeah, slowing down there was probably the best option. Just to try and break up the rhythm. Arseny would have been expecting a push and potentially would have been waiting around with a rocket launcher. And if you don't know where someone is immediately, there's a good chance you just don't know where they are. So Proximo's gonna just keep the stack. Try and figure out where Arseny is. Because he's not at this red. There he is. Will he push straight into the red? Gets a beautiful rocket direct onto Proximo. And just gets out of there. Does not take the red. Isn't going to be here for the yellow, which Proximo's going to take. And now wants to fight for the Mega. Thinks better of it. And leaves. Arseny going to struggle here to get back into this. Proximo's just going to keep having control. Fakes a rocket jump. Arseny will be hoping for a bit of luck here. He needs one good starter rocket. He needs to if the fight starts, Arseny needs at least one direct rocket to land. But he's going to get the opposite. 2 good rockets come out from Proximo before the fight even starts, but Arseny's able to land a direct. And a couple of good bits forces Proximo back, but Proximo's not going to be too worried about that one. Great shot there. Arseny ties it up. Final minute coming up. Arseny retakes the lead. Will Proximo be able to capitalise? It is possible to just machine gun him down right now. Arseny doesn't have the full timing on all of the items, I don't believe. Proximo will still have the timing for that yellow. Does take it. And he'll know exactly where Mega is. Whereas I think, yeah, Arseny looks like he doesn't know exactly where Mega is. Obviously, he will now. He's taken it. 40 seconds left on the clock. And Arseny takes 2 frags up. And unless something absolutely miraculous happens, I think Arseny is going to qualify and be the first person in this set of qualifiers to come from the lower bracket and take this. Everybody else has not been able to overcome the 1 map deficit. That's definitely GG. And it's over. An incredible full set of games taking it all the way down to the wire. Arseny is going to be your qualified finalist into 250 FPS Cup. What a set of games that was. Incredible all the way through. Some great games right at the start. And we are going to be seeing more of Arseny. Joining Helldown, Neutrino, Dazator, Kilson, Razy, Backstein, Cypher, Agent, Sparty, Fog, Pavel, Ash and Swex. Getting into this final. So from 3rd to 4th to now 1st, Arseny has gone. The only person to have played every single one of the... Or, no, I don't think he's the only person to have played every single one. But he's the only person to have got in the top 4 of all of these qualifiers so far. To have got, like, really close. Because Helldown played the first one, didn't do very well. Cherepov hasn't played since. Proximo didn't play the first one. Stuff like that. Absolutely great games though. Well played from everybody. And that is going to do it from me. If you have been new here, thank you very much for watching. Yeah. Hit the follow button. I'm going to be commentating tomorrow again with these games, so that will be a banger. And yes, let's see what happens tomorrow. Let's see who can get through. It's been some fantastic games. And hopefully you have enjoyed them very much. Congratulations to Arseny for finally getting through. Congratulations to, or commiserations to Proximo. 2nd place ain't bad, but when it's a qualifier into a tournament, it does suck to lose. Hopefully we can see him get through. Some other way, but it's going to be a struggle. There's going to be some good players out tomorrow also looking to take it, I can imagine. So yeah, thank you very much. Hit the follow button, much appreciated. I will have the video uploaded on my second YouTube channel in a couple of hours. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. I am going to close Quake Live. I now have 23.2 hours in Quake Live. I had 6 2 weeks ago. I had 6.9 2 weeks ago hours in Quake Live. I had a bit on the web version, but I was a kid, so I was never going to do anything good. But yeah. Load of commentary hours. Loads of commentary hours. Thank you very much for watching. Let's go and raid somebody, possibly. Quake Live, it is only going to be 250 FPS, so everybody's going to be stopping. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All done. Thank you very much. I will see you later. Play Xenotic.